Hello. Hi, hi. I'm still getting things ready. Hello. I'm stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Hey. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. Hi Evie. Hi Fizzle Gear. And hi Plague Bringer. You sent Fizz over? Oh. Oh, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. How goes it? I'm still recovering from whatever it is that I'm suffering for the past 2 days. It was very weird, but I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling kind of okay. No Windows, I don't wanna. Restart to install the latest Windows update? No. I'm gonna snooze it. Dang. It's okay, I'm okay. Also, oh my god, is that Leon? Leon, do you like gaming? Oh my god. Yes, so we're still about that. 9 souls? Ooh, how was 9 souls? Hopefully 9 souls was fun. Thanks for the raid again, Fizzle Gear. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons 2 bits. And I do art on some Thursdays and Mondays. Yeah. Welcome. Do you love gaming? Yeah, I do. I love gaming. It's just like every time I see Leon, I get reminded of that one video. Yep. Hi, Uncle Borb. Welcome. You got beat up? 9 souls is something like... isn't it like... Blasphemous? No. Hollow Knight? I think something like that. I'm not too sure, but I think I saw some snippets of the game, but I never really played it myself. If Fizz got bullied by a boss and too many bosses. I love gaming. Yeah, I love gaming. Hey, gaming is great. Oh my goodness. Metroidvania, like Hollow Knight. Oh, okay. I was partially right. Yeah. Also, you might notice that I'm looking here instead of that way now, because that screen is now Switch. This screen is now my PC, so it works. Hi, Tikaka. Oh my god, welcome. More Kobo friend. Hope Tikaka is doing good. Yep. What is Metroidvania? To my understanding, Metroidvania is 2D platformer. 2D side scroller adventure where you get new skills where you can access to different places. The only immediate example I can give is Monster Sanctuary. Yeah, that is like the Metroidvania the only Metroidvania game I just played that I played. Yeah, pretty much. I'm good. Just had cheese bread for breakfast and coffee. Yeah, coffee sounds so good. I'm afraid to drink coffee for now since I've been having weird issues with headaches and stomachache, so I kind of just want to stop drinking coffee for a bit. Sad Kobold noises. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, Nita. Dink. I'm being drowned. Here, let me think some water. But I'll start drinking coffee again once I'm feeling better. It's just these days it feels a little bit weird. So yeah. Oh yeah. Konnichiwa Nita. Hope you are genki desu. I haven't learned Japanese at all, so I cannot really say it well. I never really watch anime too. I mean, I only watch... I just drink... I only watch Pokemon. Dragon Goes House Hunting. Doragon Ie o Kao? Something like that. And then I watch a Chinese anime, which is like, you know, Guoman. They speak Chinese, so... But it's 5,000-year-old dragon being villainized. That one is so fucking good. And I heard that they have a season 2 now. I haven't watched it yet. I need to watch it. You know that? Yee! So good. Like any not just anime, honestly. Any animated shows. Especially animated shows.
And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Fizzlegear. Appreciate. Any animated shows that has dragons in it, chances are I'm gonna watch them. I mean, I even watch a very old anime, Legends, Legend and then Z, but it's one word. Legends, I think they're called Legends, something like that. I don't know, but they have like Shiron. They have Shiron. I don't know who else is there. Hey, Shiron is cool, okay? And then the white dragons, like, oof. Yeah, Legendy, right? Legendy. Oh, you also know Legendy? Yeah, that one's super good. At first they were trying to be...
to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
I think I actually forgot to open it. Sorry, I lied, I opened it. Hi, Snowwolf. I think the first few episodes of Legends is trying to be like a kids show, where they are trying to teach kids about like math. Ow. Ow. They're trying to teach kids about like manners and then like basic English. And then after like 5 episodes in, and then they suddenly switched to a more serious tone. I was like, huh? Huh? I mean, I'll take it. Dragons are hot, I'll take them. Yeah. Some animes are great. I haven't watched Pokemon in a while. I only watch Pokemon Best Wishes, and then XY, and then Sun and Moon. I think I watched until Sun and Moon and I kind of stopped, because the next one is like Pokemon Go, kind of. No, they literally have a second main character named Go. So there you go. Love you? Yeah. Hey, I love my chat always. I hope you don't find it weird, since, you know, people say love you to me, and then I just figure that, hey, I love my chat all the same, you know? unless that particular chatter is being a dickhead, then that's a different story. But yeah. I want to play bloccs. Let's play bloccs. I'm gonna play some... No, not Roblox, come on, I never played Roblox. Although I heard there are some Roblox game that has some really good dragon design, which I question it, but I'm not too sure, right? I question it, but I'm not too sure. I'm a little bit concerned. I have no idea, to be honest. But yeah, look at this. Gosh, it's been so long. Look at that Switch. Look at that Switch. I haven't played Switch in a while. I miss playing Taiko no Tatsujin. Tatsujin. Taiko Dalan. This one is really fun. Pokemon Quest is fun. Rotetto is fun. Pokemon Cafe is cursed. Some of the games are nice. I even have Suika game for my mum. My mama plays Suika game. And then the music is so annoyingly catchy. Can I say that? No, no, no more. Suika game is so scary. Actually, I want to change the angle for this a little bit, since I'll be looking that one. So I have to look more here. No, I got it wrong. Here. So if I cheat my way, kind of. I'm gonna look at the wrong way. I'll look at chat when I play Tetris. That's how good I am. Tetris time, heck yeah! Oh yeah, I also just unlocked a new theme about a few weeks back. The new Echoes of Time one. This one is really cute. I love this one. This one is how do you say? Mecha mecha kawaii? Kawaii. I actually just love playing Tetris. It's fun. But then again, I'm not that good. I just enjoy playing Tetris. That's pretty much. Mecha mecha kawaii, right? Or like there's another way of saying super cute, right? But I only know mecha mecha kawaii, but I'm not too sure if there's any other way to say it. Mecha mecha. Alright, time to get destroyed. It's Sunday though, there should be a lot of pros here. Well, that was quick. Oh my god, what am I doing? I love this game, I really do. I can't. I keep thinking about the mistake. I'm gonna play the game. Fuck. Alright. Oh my god, chill. Brother, let me play the game. What are you doing? I made one mistake. This is what I get. Ah shit, I should put that one there. I had to do it. I did. I destroyed myself. This one didn't count. Fuck! Oh my god! I'm so good though. That one mistake broke me. I love this game. Oh, but the music's really good though, right? Hell yeah. It's so chill for Tetris 99 matches. I love it. I like. Watch this, gamer. I'm gaming. Oh my god. Why am I doing that? Oh my god. I'm gaming. Brother, I'm gaming. I messed up. I should have put it there. No big deal. Alright, I can slow down, it's fine. Ah. It's nice when you can take it slow, isn't it? Mm. Oh wait, there's a bunch of people aiming for me. Okay, let's kill them. I mean, I think I can. Alright, you wanna play? This one's pretty bad. If I put it there, this one's... Oh no, I'm not gonna put that. No, I'm not doing that. Oh yeah? You want some? You want a piece of Kobold? Oh shit, I messed up. Get fucked! Okay guys, so only one people aiming for me, I can play it slow now. I mean, if it works, right? Oh, I looked at the wrong thing! Wait a minute. Oh, this is gonna be the end of me. Yeah, why now? Okay, let's go. We're gaming. Now y'all aiming for me, huh? I think this is really bad. No, this is not right. Okay, this one. Alright, give me some time. Brother, chill, holy shit. Oh! Oh my god. I have to focus. I don't want to lock in though. It's so tiring. Oh, give me a second. It's fine. Oh god, lag. Oh boy, super laggy. It's okay. No worries. It's only like my second match. Yeah, second match of the day. Should be fine. No big deal. Alright, I was doing a little bit of something there. Tetris is fun. I'm pretty sure there's like a... I've heard of... Tetris Effect? I think that's also another one that's like very chill. But then again, chill and Tetris doesn't really go together, is it? I don't think they go together. Dun, 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 dun.哎呀妈呀，这是什么鬼？真是。It's sus. Can I do this? I mean, I can just stab, right? I'm just gonna say I haven't played this game in a long time, so I mean I'm still good, by the way. Nah, I'm not good. But I do sincerely enjoy playing this game, always. No matter how sweaty this game is, I still love it. It's fun. Oh, oh, wait, oh, okay. Hi, Nexus. Oh my god, hi. Dragon. Hope Nexus is doing good. Durian. Okay. More durian. I should build more lines. But then again, that would be greedy. But then again, I'm a kobold. I think kobold's supposed to be greedy. That's sus. I don't like that. Oh, here they come. Oh, yikes, this is really bad. Why, game? I think that's pretty bad, right? I messed up. I'm trying to log in, but I feel awkward logging in. Nice, got a kill. Oh wait, I messed up so hard. This is fine? I think this is fine. This feels like impending doom. I don't know how else to say it. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. Oh, I should have put it there. This is fine. I tried. Yeah, I feel like Sunday there must be a lot of like a pro gamer going. You know, people who are really good at this game, I feel like. But I don't know. Maybe I could win. Doing well? Nice, good to know. I'm still. Oh yeah, I never really explained my reasoning. I know I said I wanted to play in Demon Tales today, but since I'm not really fully recovered yet, so I don't think I can stream for like 6, 7, 8 hours. I mean, let's say 7 hours, right? Which when I play in Demon Tales, I kinda want to play for that long. If not, I'll be very sad. So that's why I didn't play in Demon Tales today. But tomorrow I am planning on playing it. Yeah. So I'll leave it for tomorrow. Tomorrow in Demon Tales. And also I've been thinking about playing some retro games again. Remember that I played I had like a retro weekend where I play a bunch of like NES games and SNES titles. Fun. And there are a few games I want to play again, like Gradius 2, Contra Force. Like, ooh, some good stuff. Jacko is also really good. I think I played That Fox. Yeah, I played That Fox. That Fox is like the first game I played while doing the thing. Oh, I like this game. Wait, I shouldn't have done that. Oh my god, this is so cursed. No, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean, right? Like the music is so and then you have like all the flippity dip zippity zips not coming in trying to destroy each other, and then you have the music going like this is a good day. I like it. Oh, this is so bad. If I put it here, I can put one more. Also, just for the record, I don't know anything about like T-spins. You know, when you spin the T and you get into like a hole or something like that. I personally don't know how to do that. I have zero clue on how that is being done. So I'm playing like the very basics of Tetris right here. There's no like flashy skill things other than just me trying to place things very neatly and not lose. At least that's kind of my game plan. Yeah, it kind of is my game plan. Nice. Top 50. I don't want that. I should have done that. No. What a bully. Oh, I destroyed someone. Nice. Huh. One person? Oh, that's spicy. Why? Why? Wait, whoa, I messed up. Whoa, wait. Why am I like this? Alright, struggling. Yep, it's one person that's like constantly aiming for me right now. I respect that. Hey. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, oh, I messed up. Oh, hey, top 10. I cannot panic. All right, I panic too much. I cannot panic. If I panic, I lose. I cannot panic. That was fun though. I like it. Although this game does feel very, very demanding. I mean, of course, like it's Tetris, but it's more demanding than any game that I play, to be honest. Like, forget Tekken, forget like Souls-like games. This shit, you make one mistake, you're gonna pay for it. By losing the whole game. Wow. Yeah, that's why I say it's very demanding. One mistake can literally cost you the whole game. Like, very easily. But Tetris is so fun though. If I play it more casually, which I kind of am doing, it's super mega fun, to be honest. Oh, what? Yo, okay, there's some... Yeah, some pro gamer is aiming for me. Jesus, okay. I'll do it. Oh my god, I'm getting flashbanged. Flashing lights warning. Too little too late, but still. I'm sorry. I didn't expect this, to be honest. Why are so many people aiming for me? How many KOs I have? I don't know. I know to look at it now. Okay, looks like they all stopped aiming for me. Cool beans. Maybe I fought them off. Why did I do that? See, here's the thing. If I use my brain, this happens. Okay, there we go. No big deal, no big deal. Oh wait. Yo, that's kinda cool. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's kinda cool. I like it. New tech found, I guess. Oh. Oh god. Okay. Okay, chill. Why? Don't ask. Ooh, so spicy. Oh, yikey beaky. Fighting for my life here. Ay. No. Aww. Fighting for my life here, god damn it. Oh, that was a woo. Ow. Woo, jump scare. And Kobold jump scare. Ayo. Hi, Canine. What in the EP? Oh, I'm feeling just slightly EP since I cannot drink. Yeah, I did not drink any coffee for the past 2 days because I'm sick. So yeah, I'm also feeling kind of EP. But that doesn't stop me from wanting to play games. The urge to play games. Let's go. We're Pokemon now. Pokemon. I love this Pokemon. You're good. You're really good at Tetris. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll take it. I don't know if I'm that good. This is like my first Tetris game, but I have been playing it for a few months at least, I would say. Whoa, what the fuck? I can check how many hours I have at this game, I think. Oh, everything's something changed. I don't understand anymore. Wait a minute. Can I have a durian? Like, that would be nice. Gamer! I want a durian. Oh, now you give me Wait a minute. No, wait. Oh. Oh, brother, what is this? This one didn't count. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Like, the block changed and suddenly don't recognize anything. My grandma told me she was really good at Tetris when she was younger. I wish I could have seen it. Aww. My parents and grandparents never really played games before. I don't think they do. I think the only time my parents played game was my dad playing Galaga, I think. And I think that's pretty much it. Which is kinda cool, to be honest. But, like, hey, Galaga. Yo, chill. Why there's so many beep beep? Wait. Oh. This is fine. There we go. How many people? 2? Yeah, 2 is fine. Just now there was like 10. It's kind of funny how sometimes you can have like 10 people aiming for you, and sometimes you can have like no one aiming for you at once. Why am I like this? Okay. Wait, why am I playing so fast? This is fine. Wait, no, this is not fine. There's 3 people aiming for me. I wanted to relax for a little bit. Come on. I was like, ah, it's fine. No, it's not. Brother. That was fast. Love the sound of that. No. No. That worked out. Oh, chill. Okay, multiple people aiming. This is really bad. I let them hit the head start. Fuck. Chill, chill, chill. Oh. This is all kinds of bad. This works. I hate this game. Alright, I'll drink. I'm getting drunk. 7 days of Kobold watching all I saw was shining. Good. The disappearing act. Oh wait, can I become big? Oh my god, there's so many kobolds on the screen. I don't even know which one is the real one anymore. I cannot believe I have the Kagebunshi no Jutsu. And this kobold is going to be the next Hokage. I like playing Tetris. Sometimes I can play this game for like hours on end. Don't know why. It is fun. Not when this happens though. Ah! Why am I like this? Okay, I guess that worked. Oh my god, what am I doing? What is this? Ew. Okay, we're good. A spot specifically for Zed? Oh no, wait, okay. Hey, that was pretty clean. Hell yeah, this one is pretty simple. I mean, not a lot of people aiming for me, so I can chill. Not really. I mean, a little bit. Nice too. What the fuck? Oh, I have a lock-in. What the fuck? Okay, okay. Oh, okay, we good, we good, we good. Why did I do that? No big deal. This is sus. Oh, Nicholas Durian, god damn it. It's fine. I can work with this. Any blue? No blue? Alright. I messed up. I'm not supposed to go there. Aww, I think that was like the last two aiming for me. Unfortunate. I locked in towards the end, but it was not enough. Oh. Oh. Hi, Brekkie. Welcome, Brekkie. It's like Kobold's like Tetris pieces. That sounds fun. Hope you're doing good. Also, you might notice that I'm waving in the wrong way. Hey! My screen is... the gaming screen is that way. The stream screen is this way now. Everything looks a little bit different. I have a black and white Kobold Sona named Oreo. That's cute as fuck. Oh my god, black and white Kobold named Oreo? I kinda wanna lick, you know, like Oreo. Yeah, hope Brekkie is doing good. I kinda wanted to play a little bit of Tetris today. I don't think I can stream for long. I'm already feeling a little bit but I'm still okay. Kinda want to play a little bit more of this. At the same time, I can listen to Pokemon music as well. For free! Well, kind of free. Well, there's like 3 people already disconnected. What the fuck? I haven't started the game yet. Oh my goodness, what the fuck is wrong? Okay. No! I'm not done yet! Mama says never give up. Mama say never give up. Fuck. I took too much mistake that one. How much was that? 2? I think there was two mistakes. Look, one costed the game, 2, I don't know. J. It sits on top of the playing field eating meat jelly. Meat jelly? Meat jelly? Why is it Pokemon? Because it's Pokemon. And why I don't see the best Pokemon? I don't see Garchomp here, very sad. Unless there's Garchomp and just blind. Oh, well... Don't ask. Okay, we good. Meat jelly. Meat jelly sounds cursed. I mean, because it is. You can ask Jade about it. Oh my god! People are mad. Okay, there's 2 people. Brother, what did I ever do to you? That works. Would this Garchomp here Wooper? Okay, yeah, Wooper is too strong. You know what? Yeah, Wooper is definitely the best Pokemon. The too bad Wooper is not Dragon type now. Like, if Wooper is Dragon type, that would be like a gourmet stuff. Gourmet. Oh fuck. I don't know how my brain works sometimes. Nice too. Nah, I want this. And then that works. Wait a minute. Dude, that one has no chill. Alright, somehow we're fine. Oh no. So cursed trying to avoid. What? No big deal. It's fine. Oh, I'm so cool, okay. Oh, hell yeah. Holy shit, brother! How many people? And that explains it. Hey, I survived until 13. I'll take it. What do you mean cursed? It's just an assortment of meat that has been boiled for over a fucking day. Close to 2 really? Because I forgot about it. You put all the meat out of the broth, cut it, place it in a white dish and pour it over the same broth that's been brothing for 2 days and live in the fridge to set. Meat shouldn't be turned to jelly. Can I introduce you to gelatin? Is gelatin meat jelly? Let's look the meat jelly full meal. Tikaka gets it. I mean, if it's meat jelly, I guess for a kobold I couldn't really complain. You literally have to try. It's a real thing. And gelatin is literally pulverized bones. Isn't gelatin just jelly? Like, you know, you're like the cognac jelly, something like that. Or is it something else? Is cognac jelly gelatin? So cognac jelly, we're literally eating bones. In a way. Gelatin is a stiffening agent. Cognac jelly is a dish. It's when you want jelly but also want food tasty. Hey, look, if I have a chance to, I might try it. So, konjac jelly is a finished product, and gelatin is a stiffening agent. So, people put... I don't know. I have zero clue on how these things works. What am I doing? Can I do this? Like... I'm so good! Wait, is that T-spin? Oh! Oh, I'm gonna win now. Can I do that again? How do I set that up? Wait, that was cool though! The game says I did a T-something, T-spin, right? The game made a noise and be like, oh, T-spin! So, go down. Ah! Oh my god! I'm the T-speed man. Can I practice T-spin? Okay, one person who is really angry at me. Don't know what I did, but hey. Jesus! I had to do it. No one has chill. What the hell? All right. Y'all better keep sending line to me. Don't make me send line to you back, assheads. No big deal. Okay, we fine, we fine. I think. Well, that was a fight and a half. I messed up. How many mistakes? I don't know. Nah. Give me a second chance. I wanna do it. I have to do it. Oh. when you want something to go wobble wobble, you either add agar agar or gelatin. It's just that many people are so used to wibbly wobbly to be in desserts. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yeah. There's a reason they call Tikakati Elderbold. A very knowledgeable Elderbold. The T-Speed Master. Fuck, stop it. Shoot hoop. I'm learning. 3 in a row, 15 in a row, 16. What was the 16 again? I got 3 KO. I'm the best. I'm so good. I'm gonna do chores, beat those tasty blocks. I will beat those tasty blocks. How many mistakes? Oh, was it 16 mistakes? Oh, that's... I thought that was like only 2. Oh wait, no. 4. So long as the blocks are neat, I think they're good enough. Neat block. Neat block. Ooh, that's kinda cool. Is this gonna provoke people to aim to like target me? I feel like that might. Because like there are people aiming for KOs, and I think KOs are aiming for people who is like having more than half of the board with blocks. So if I intentionally make my block go higher, would I get aimed? Since I am aiming for attackers. Yeah? Oh my god. This is fine. I press on button. I panicked. I mean, since why I don't panic is the question. Oh. You want this piece of kobold? This kobold fights back. No. Yeah. This kobold fights back. Ooh. That's cool. I like that. No, game, why? There. If it works, it works. Don't question it. No. Yeah, no one's aiming for me, no. Feels good. Very peaceful here. I like peace. I like peace plays Tetris 99. I don't know why I did that. I mean, it's cool though, right? I have royally fucked myself. Or not. Okay, thank God. I require assistance? Holy! No, wait a minute. Yeah. Nah. Ah! Nah. You definitely could play the L a little better. Yeah, most of the pieces I do, probably. Hi, Thunder Muglin. Welcome. I just think the stacking blocks is neat. I like stacking blocks. The stacking blocks fun. So I hope you're doing good, Thunder Muglin. I definitely want to do a retro game someday. I want to play like Gradius 2 or like Jackal or Contra Force, those like classics. Ooh. Because I recently been listening to like the NES games music again, and boy oh boy are they like masterpieces. So you're playing competitive Tetris? Uncompetitively? I think? I mean, it's almost like I'm playing Counter-Strike non-competitively, right? I mean, yeah. Ooh, why would I want to do that? When you're playing competitive. Is there a non-competitive mode? I mean, for Tetris 99, non-competitive mode, you have to like buy them. And they cost like a fortune. Well, not literally a fortune, but a lot. They cost a lot. I was like, what? Brother, it's just Tetris. I mean, it's an all-time classic. But like, you don't have to sell it for that much. Oh my god! Oh nearly! Oh nearly! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, we good, we good. Damn, they're really going for my tail. I almost did it again. I wanted to do the soap. This is gonna cost me so much. Oh wait, I see the wrong piece. Cool beans. Everything is fine. It happens. Oh my god, here they come again! Oh my god! Oh my god. I almost like the wrong piece again. Get flashbanged. I'm throwing a flashbang. No. I almost did something so stupid I would cry. No. Look, this is competitive Tetris. I gonna play very seriously. Yeah, I'm playing very seriously. I mean, for real, sometimes I do, but most of the time I just fucking around. But then again, it's fun to lock in sometimes. Not all the time though, because if I log in too many times, it'll just become like too sweaty, and then the enjoyment just fades. Oh my god. This game. No. Why'd I do this? No! I still got this. I think. Oh my god, no chance. No chance. Oh, CS. I mean, CS. Sometimes I do. Like, sometimes I do play. I do play competitive. Very well, not very, but kind of competitively. But most of the time, I just sort of like trying to shoot. I think there's another one that's like for real competitive one. It's called Premiere, I think, or something Premiere. I think it's called Premiere. Like Premiere is the competitive one. Hi, bad gamer. I know it's slowing that shit on my PC, but last time I checked, there was a. Oh yeah, casual is 10v10. Everyone just like walls over there. It's just so bad. Casuals is where hackers just like play like crazy. I mean, to be fair, CS2 has no countermeasures to hackers at all. So, I can literally just download wall hacks and just like play the game. And then I'll not get banned. Tetris Maximum, Grandmaster the hardest Tetris. Nah, I'm not aiming for that shit. I just want to be casual addicted. I mean, I feel like I play very casually. I'm not really like, you know, insert the speedrun base booster thing. That one. I'm not playing it like that anyway. I think the only game that I play like that is Tekken. Even Tekken not as much anymore. I feel like playing games like that, it's kind of unhealthy. Only when you need to log in that you log in. But if you do it pretty much all the time, then it's not gonna be good for your health, is all I'm gonna say. Yeah. 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 Higher. Higher. Yeah, looks like it really does provoke like those who aims for KO to target me. No, wait. Alright, no big deal. Yes, big deal. I'm dead. No, I lied. No, I would never lie. I'm actually... Hey, that was perfect. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Sure. Nah. It. Oh. But I can just do this. And I'll actually still be fine. Why am I like this? Like... Okay. Very nice. Double. Single. No, don't do that. Okay. No. Oh my god, how much? What is that? They're sending the line non-stop? What the heck is this? I locked it. I messed up. Yo, someone is so good. Oh my god. Oh no, there's like multiple people aiming for me. That makes sense. Yeah, I won. Against that encounter, I mean. I didn't win the whole game yet. This game sometimes, I swear. Why'd I do that? Don't ask. Why'd I do that? The sequel! I'm gonna have to... Oh my god! Oh! Oh, this is so mean. Alright. Play it safe. Oh! Damn! One shot! Completing history over the weekend by becoming the first player to pull off a rebirth, the moment when level 255 roll over to reset at level 0, October 8, 2024. Isn't that like the NES version of Tetris? Someone also tried Team 98 vs 1, but failed to do so on this. This one feels a little bit hard to do. I mean, 98 versus 1, if you just aim for attackers, I feel like you could fight back pretty... I don't know. I cannot say much for that. I mean, I'm pretty sure your Switch is gonna explode. Yeah, 98 attacking 1. And then that 1 aim for attacker, it will attack all 98 of them. Unless they specify do not target attackers, then maybe it works. Because that's what I always do. I always target attackers. I don't like it when people target me, so I target them big. This Kobold fight big. It's a T-spin, isn't it? Wait, can I do that? Give me a T, give me a T. Alright. Chua! Oh! I did a T-spin. I'm the best gamer. Oh my god. Oh, why did I do that? No, lines are being sent here. Viewing is too far. Oh, wait. That works. It's so nasty. Oh no. Okay, that works. I'm getting flashbang every time I'm trying to send lines out. Holy shit. I'm throwing a flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Nice, we got him. I'm throwing a flashbang. No. I regret my decisions and my deeds. No. Yeah, no. Oh! I thought I can do it! Go, 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 go! Okay, 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 okay. Oh, I cannot make a mistake. But I somehow got 4 KO out of that. Okay, you know what? I got a lot of people targeting me just now, so that works. I'll play a few more. And then I kind of will see what actually I kind of will go there is this there's a NES NES thing that I can play over here. Do I want to do that? I don't know. I kind of want to play Taiko no Tatsujin though. But I don't know how that's gonna go. I don't remember the last time I played that one. Did I get any like copyright strike or some shit? I don't think I did. Brother. Okay, safe. But we're not safe yet. That's dumb. It worked out. Oh wait, I miscalculated. Ooh, that's kinda cool. Okay. Don't defend this. I mean, fair enough. This game has been out for like years, I think. People are gonna be mad good at this game now. But like, I still feel like I have a fighting chance over this, so not that bad. Can I T-spin this? Don't think I can. I mean, I might be able to if I have a T block. Alright, I did it dumb. I was like, why is this single? I see. I know why it's single now. There we go. Oh, yo! Holy shit. Save that shit so hard. Couldn't get back in time. Yo! No fucking way. Okay, okay. Hey, we take those, we take those. Fuck yeah. Which one is the screenshot button? I think it's this one. No fucking way. How the fuck, dude? Seven KOs is all I need. Although to be fair, most of the KOs are from like, I mean, this is kind of my playstyle, I guess, because every time I KO people, it's pretty much just like top 10. Like when there's like 10 players left, I start to KO people and I got their badge, I just sort of steal their stuff. Like they worked hard for it, and I just be like backstab, and it's mine now. And I also give them so much lines back. Oh, feels good, man. It's so good, man. Oh my god. Yeah, I did one mini T-spin triple? T-spin double? Single? How the fuck? Back-to-backs, all clears. Can you even do all clear? I never really checked those things. Like, see, you have so many like very cool stuff you can do. Like T-spin singles, doubles, triple, and then I did one mini. And I don't even know how I did that. What the fuck is a mini T-spin? How do you even do triple? I don't know. Alright, I want to play I want to play the Zelda one again. I kind of want to listen to like what's the winning music for the Zelda one. Oh, I can meme a little bit and just destroy my eye for a little bit. I can go for the classic. Oh, let's destroy my eye, why not? The music is very hype though. Like, listen to this. This music is... Mwah. Mwah. I'm telling you, this music is so good. This is like the Game Boy version of Tetris, right? You hear this... I mean, you definitely hear this before. Like, this music is everywhere. At some point. Everyone knows this. Even the beatboxer knows this. Now, you should know what music it is, right? It's so good. This is hype as shit, man. Let's go. Wow, wow. Oh, this is so spicy though. Yo, there's no color. I cannot recognize the patterns quick enough. I have to like double check every shape because I usually recognize them by color, so I can like put the pieces down a lot faster. But now that I cannot see the color, It's pattern recognition now. It's like, oh shit. Nope. Oh my god. Don't ask. Damn, this is hype as shit, man. This is so good. Too bad I couldn't really recognize the colors though. Not yet. Hey, 69. Nice. I'm level 69. The best level ever. Do I want to play still? Because I'm level 69 now. Of course I'll play. I'm level 69. What's going on? This is cool. Why is it like 1 by 1 now? What? What? Lagging. I don't know why I did that, but I did that. It works out. No, it doesn't help. Woohoo! Do. I messed up. Do. Do. Oh my god. That one person is so angry at me for some reason. Do. Never give up. Never give up. Ah! That's what you get. That's probably not gonna do much for the person who sent me those lines. But it could deter them a little bit. Right? Do. You truly just deter them a little bit. It feels like a fight between me and them only. Oh no, there's a second person joining in. Should have done that. Line piece? Oh! Thank you, line piece. Ah! I just stop doing that. That's not it. How am I alive? I don't know. Do. Never give up. Why did that? Nope. Too many. I thought I can hold up until top 10. I would listen to the top 10 one. The top 10 one is gonna be so good. It's probably gonna be like mega fast. I don't remember anymore. I haven't played this game for like months. But after playing this skin, or like this theme for a little bit, I feel that my pattern recognition is much better now. A little bit, you know, a little bit. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Pattern recognition. T-spin. I'm the gamer. That was cool. I think that was all combos. Do. Hell yeah. Oh, hell no. Do 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 do. One person. I'll do it. I messed up. I messed up the sequel. I messed up the how much it too many times. There's no coming from this, I feel like. But then again, never give up. No, line piece was the next one. There. I took Tetris Maximus to Tetris Invictus 3 times in a row. Cool. Believe Kobold. Kobold died because I made like 10 mistakes in a row. Hi, Dark 6. Welcome. I like this music. It's very hype. This music is very hype. Is this the Tetris battle game? I think so, yeah. It's a Tetris 99. Chill. Oh my god. Hi, Narix. Tick. I love playing Tetris 99. Oh. Oh, that was cool. Oh, clean. Oh god, help. Whoa. Why is the game like this? It gave me so many, what do they call it, pieces again? Z pieces? Hiya! That worked. Do. Oh, I messed up. Ooh. Doobu. I want to listen to the top 10 music. You know, the top 10. I'm bad. But one song, I know, right? I know. There's like, I know I play a lot like Pokemon. The Pokemon theme one is really good, and then the recent Legend of Zelda one was also really good. And then you have this piece of classic, absolute classic. I have no pattern recognition, but man, the classic, bro. I'm dead. Oh, nearly. I never die. I lied. And then I can never die. do. Oh. Panoramic connection done. Do. What shape is that? Wait a minute. Do. Help, save me. Help. I require assistance. Do. Oh, hell yeah. I never die. I almost messed up again. Oh! But yeah, back to back. Oh, I looked at the wrong piece. Hiya! That doesn't help. Oh my god, it's so messy. There, we good. We good. Oh no, it was so peaceful though. Do. You disturbed my peace. Oh hell yeah. Why am I like this? Do. I can do this. Yeah, see? And then I can do this again. And I can save another line piece. Oh, hell yeah. Get KO'd. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Save me. Do 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 do. Ah, that worked. 어머. 어머. No. Dang it. I was trying so hard though. How the fuck did I KO number 9 when I'm number 10? I just saw Insanity Holocracker 1 vs 9 in a team. I posted Japanese fireside. It's crazy. Hey, but the top 10, the top 10 music is pretty good. I mean, to be fair, it's the same music, but it's more hype. I wanna know what the winning music for this theme is. Is this just gonna be the same? Is it gonna be like but triumphant? Or is it gonna be something else? I don't know. A triumphant. I like this theme. Detect 99. I feel like just now I was kind of close though. Or maybe not. Actually, I have no idea if I was close or not. Oh, hey, that works. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That sequence was kind of cool. I'm doing it. Whatevs. Oh my god, this is so evil. The best sound effect in the game, probably. Nice too. Nice too. Nice too. Oh. Wait, that's one of them. Nice. I can do this. Yeah. This is so not worth. Yeah. The two LPs are the same. I couldn't do anything there. I feel like it's harder to get top 10 with this theme. I don't know if it's just me though, but I think I can kind of get more consistently to top 10 with the other theme, with color. Yeah, my pattern recognition is not there. It's definitely not there. I'll play a few more. I think next week I kind of want to do a retro stream. For Saturday and Sunday, I'll do like a retro game kind of thing. You know, where I play NES or SNES games. Because hell yeah, those are great. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Aye! Where's my left? Not so fast. Not so early. I'm not ready to go yet. Oh, okay. Yo, double? Do. How many dead pieces? Okay, I kinda get how to do G-spans now. A little bit. There's this one person really wants me down. Oh wait, oh! Wait a minute. This is fine. This is kind of funny. Hey, if it works, it works. Oh wait, I looked at the wrong piece! No. No. I looked at the wrong piece too. This is really hard. I kinda want to get a win on this theme, but ooh, the pattern recognition is really hard. I'm Tetrising. Yeah. Hi, Zering. Welcome. Oh, the one that killed me is 5th. Also, look, I'm level 69. Level 69. The rain is doing it. Just a few more. I know the change theme now. This music is legit. It's so good. I don't want to stop using it. I wonder if there's like any other classic themes. Because I know I played another version of Tetris on NES. There's like 4 different music and all of them are like bangers. Like so good. I could step it in. But why do I want to do okay. That's not too bad. Oh god. Why? My brain wins. I cannot argue with my brain. Oh, okay, that was an early one. Okay. I'm a menace. Let's go. I'm not a menace anymore. This is so scuffed. I wonder for games like this, would there be any like playstyle that's like bad manners? You know, like in Tekken you have like players like Yoshi that's like constantly BMing other people. I wonder if for games like this, it's gonna be like any BM going on. flashbang. Nice too. I'm getting a bunch of KO this round. Okay. I woke up with the wrong side of the bed today, and I decided, and I chose violence, I guess. This game. Holy shit. It doesn't work. How do you do that? Oh no, I messed up so hard. Yikes. Nah. I thought I can spin inside it. You cannot spin the block until they fit? Well, there's no way though. I'm pretty sure you can just spin it until they fit. That's just me being a dum-dum. Nice. right, nice. I even took a picture of the nice. Like, here. I'm pretty sure you can do this. Nice. Nice. Or is it gonna desync? Oh no, see, it works. Holy shit, that's amazing. No, I looked at the wrong piece. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Can I not sing the music in peace? Oh my god, stop doing that. Yeah. That's what y'all get. Can't even sing my music in peace. Jeez. Don't know why they all suddenly aim for me. I'm throwing a flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang. I did it on purpose. And I regretted it now. I'm regretting it. It hurts. It hurts. It's probably gonna cost me now. Yeah. Help. Don't know why I did that. Oh shit. Oh, if it works, it works. We take those. Oh. Wait a minute. Hey, that works. What the fuck? I was doing so good though. I could have won this one game. What the fuck? Can't help I suck at this game. It's okay, me too. Yeah, what the heck, Nintendo? I pay for your fucking online services and this is what you do to me? Goddamn! Your online services needs to be paid, fucker. I was on a roll. Oh, wait, is it just done? Is it just gone? No connection? Like this full Wi-Fi bar, come on, man. Maybe I need to restart the game, question mark? If I play this, am I gonna get copyright strike? I mean, there's like a bunch of Taiko drum noises. I hope not, question mark? Yeah, what the heck, Nintendo? That was not cool. That's no good. Also, I remember about like an hour ago, I said I'll play a few more. And then about 30 minutes or like 20 minutes before, I said, hey, I'll play a few more. I don't know what I'm doing now. We got this. Mew, hi Wildflower. Do. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh yeah, I hope you're doing good, Wildflower. This game. I don't think I can. Yeah, I cannot. Unless. Wait, I could though. Wait, I can't. What am I doing? That's not it. Oh wait, I'm royally Barbenarked. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. Get a safe line piece for emergency. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I hesitated too much. No. God, wait. I just realized that the match where I disconnected is where I got a shitload of KOs though. Oh. That could have been my chance. This game is mean. Mean. Ugh. What's the strategy? Death? I think this is called death? Yeah, it's not too bad. This music never gets old. Oh. 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 Oh my god, game. Oh my god, game. Jesus, what is this? Oh well, that was wild. Ooh, is this death? Wowee, one shot. Is Kobold gonna do my uni work? I would love to help Bracky, but I don't like uni work. Uni work scary. I mean, ooh, thinking about uni work, I was the underdog of my class, and I always spend the most time trying to make something look good, since I'm a 3D modeler. It was before I go into like major game development. But even though we say major game development, we're still trying to make our own assets and shit. So in the end, we are all 3D generalists. So I don't know what's a split for. But hey, that's a pass. I don't care. But yeah, it's kind of wild. Did they have something against Kobold or something? Oh no. Oh no. Not yet. This is too fast. I refuse. I refuse. Nice too. Nice too. Oh, this is vile. Oh, this is vile. I have to do 4 more exercises for logic classes. I have to make a website. I did make all the cool code I wanted to make already. I just have to make it pretty. I'm making it about assembler languages, and since they're considered outdated, I'm gonna try to make a really old school looking website. Oh, don't let it save to heaven. I'm already at heaven. Hi Roxas, hi Dinophos. You were doing alright till halfway. I mean, it happened, right? I mean, at first I already made like 10,000 mistakes, so maybe that's why. You cannot make mistakes in this game, tough. Also, I'm being pet by Roxas, the first thing in the chat. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, that's not the normal pet, I just realized. Okay, yeah, okay. That's a Roxas I know. Okay, good. I was like, huh? Roxas coming in panning? So normal? No way. No way. I mean, you can't make mistakes in Tetris in the circumstances, or else you might just get sent to heaven. Even a single player making a mistake could mean game over. Yes, but in this game, it's more like if you make a mistake, people are gonna power on you. You're literally gonna get power drive like crazy. You're gonna get rolling death cradled. Rolling death cradle. I mean, in single player, no one's gonna send like garbage line to your lane. So in that sense, you have more time, slightly more time, to think about like how do I fix this shit, right? And yes, the game itself is already difficult. So in this competitive sense, it makes the game even more intense. I mean, naturally, right? Jesus, the line at the side. Who hates me so much? I messed up. I just saw my mistake. Ooh, so many mistakes in one. There was at least 5 mistakes there. I have to do it. But now I'm far reluctant. Oh. Huh? Someone calling me? Weird. Nothing much. Scam calls. I called in and then they'd be like, oh, you have won the lottery. I thought that shit is like so long ago. Like that scam procedure was like so long ago. People are still using it? Really? You won the lottery before we can save the money, you're gonna send us a deposit as it's like some sort of goodwill. Like, okay, sure. The classic. Send us money first so we can send you even more money. You lost? Pretty sure I did. Block those darn scammers on the phone. Yeah, I mean, I just sort of want to waste their time for a little bit since I'm well aware that they're a scammer. Being very careful, of course, without leaking any of my information, of course. Notice I just didn't. I didn't just like close the phone immediately. I just sort of say like, oh. I think very briefly I was just like, oh, you want to send me money? Well, just send me straight away. Don't say any procedure or something like that. And then they're like, no, we need to go through this procedure. And it's like, okay, right, If I weren't fuck. If I'm not streaming, I feel like I would spend a lot more time going through my playing with the scammers. It's the least I could do, honestly. Like, to waste their time so that they can scam less people. Since I'm well aware it's a scam, so I'm safe to an extent. Like, if I can, I always want to waste their time. Since the more time you waste, or the more time I waste, that means, like, less potential people getting scammed. I mean, I do watch a lot of like Scammer Payback, Scam Waiter, Kid Boga, like those kind of content on YouTube. So I kind of just take those things kind of seriously because, yep, scamming, like scammers do ruin people's life to the point where it causes death, whether be it directly or indirectly, right? being scammed is such a serious issue, right? I'm not a scam victim, but my sisters are. All 4 of my sisters have been scammed before, and it's not a good feeling. You know, like they have to go through so much trauma because they lost money. They lost so much of money, and then usually what the scammers do, they'll do like emotional blackmail. Like they'll pretend that they grow attached to you, and then backstab you in a way, or like they'll be like, oh, I love you, or stuff like that, and then they be like, oh, you want to try and invest in this like company, and then little did they know the company is controlled by their own people. So, you know, my sister was the victim of that. It's not fun. You know, we our family lost about 95k. Yep, about 95k before my sister realized that it's a scam. Which, to be fair, it's like a, I don't know what you call that, but it's like a 杀猪盘. It's like a scam tactic called 杀猪盘. It's just vile, honestly. Like, people do scamming, and then the thing is, another thing is that people do scamming, they sort of just got away scot-free every time. You know, like the authorities cannot do anything, and then they get big money. They get like their life is like set or anything like that, you know. And then I start to wonder, is karma really a thing? You know, like there's so many victims out there, and then to this day, the amount of scammers is still staggering. And I was like, is karma even real anymore? Sometimes I do question that, you know. Like, it's not because I don't really trust them, but it's more like nothing is happening to those who actually kills people, in whether like it's indirect killing, but it is still happening, right? So I cannot help but wonder, people who do bad stuff, do they really have consequence? You know? I wonder. It hurts, man. Like, it really hurts. Like, I've interacted with so many scam victims, and all of them just like, the first thing they want to do is to just get out, like, not live anymore because they cause so much trouble, like so much problems and shit. Like, I'm serious about this, right? The first thing they think about is to like, I don't want to live anymore because they cause too much trouble and they don't deserve to live. And I was like, stop, right? I understand it. I understand the grief and everything, and then to talk them not doing what they want to do is like defusing a bomb. I'm sorry to say this, but it's real, and it's like a really scary situation to go through. And then I remember in about when I was still in university. Yeah, also I was top 10 while I was talking like crazy. When I was in uni, studying alone still, I met a new friend. I wasn't too attached to him still, but I met a new friend, right? And then he suddenly talked to me about his situations. Oh no, wait. That before that we were really good friends, right? We met each other. We started like go out and eat together, and then we have fun together. Sort of like we go to arcade stations. We play Taiko together for a few days. Sorry, just have something in me. and then suddenly they talk about their family getting scammed, and I was like, oh shit, how much did it get scammed for? And then they mentioned something about like their whole as much as possible. 整个家产呢, how do I say that? The whole asset? Nothing left, essentially. Right? There's nothing left. So the family is struggling like crazy. And that time I was still, I don't know what to do, right? Since I was like, I was still living alone, I don't know what to do. It's the first time I got told about like scam and stuff like that. So I honestly had no idea. Right? I couldn't really help them. And then I believe it was a few days after I heard from their parents saying that they jumped off. Right? So this is why I feel more towards like, I feel more sad towards like scam victims, because the damage that the scam does is actually absolutely insane, right? So I feel strongly towards like, you notice that whenever I talk about scammers, I start to feel more, my tone starts to get a little bit more aggressive. I think this is why, right? The first friend I met in KL went through this shit and died for it, and was like, huh. And then that's also how I started to watch more like scam prevention stuff, or like to know more about how scam works so that I can prevent them on my own, you know, something like that. So yeah, it's very scary. Which brings back to the question of, is karma even real? I don't think... I want to think that karma is real, right? But with all the scammers getting away scot-free when they indirectly killing people for their own benefit, I was like, it feels like shit, to say the least. I just don't believe in karma anymore after that. And I think it was that year that introduced me to... I was first watching Kid Boga, and Kid Boga is also like entertainer as well. So I feel like I enjoy Kid Boga's content a lot. Kid Boga's content is really fun. I love it. Also taught me a lot about like how scams works. Like back then it was all the refund scams. They call you and it's like, oh, we sent too much to you, and then now you need to send it back. Those kind of scams. But those kind of scams is not very apparent in Malaysia. I feel like the scam method around here is that suddenly you will receive like a 500 something, right, money, and then they'll be like, if you don't take care of that money, right, if you don't like freeze the money, and then they'll be like, oh, we lend you the money, and then now you need to pay off the loan with interest. And then here comes the thing, right? The money came from where we have no idea. If you didn't send it back in time, then you are royally fucked. So because of that 500 you received, you have to pay back like, I don't know how they scam exactly, but usually you need to pay back like at least 100,000 or something like that. It's crazy. Is a YouTuber known as Scammer Revolts? Oh yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, revolting against scammers. Scammer Revolt, Scammer Payback. Those two are like more aggressive ones. Kid Boga is more on the entertaining side. Scam Baiter is a little bit of a both sometimes. I love watching those videos, it's fun. One scammer called Kid Boga. Kid Boga intentionally did listen to the scammer, and the scammer asked her, "Are you stupid?" It was like Kid Boga, yeah, like I mentioned, for entertainment and also like educational purposes. So yeah, either answer calls to random people. Usually, if it's a number that I don't recognize, I'll just like answer and don't make a noise. All right. Usually, they would just like hang up the phone. But if they do ask, if it, like hello, you know, if they say hello, I'll say hello back, and then they'll start to explain, and then I can judge if it's like a scam or not. It's very obvious if it's a scam, like obvious. To me personally, since I watch a lot of this content, I'm being educated a little bit, so I can sort of tell if it's like a start of a scam or if it's like a legit thing, right? So yeah, be very vigilant when you have like a random number calling you. Just, you can never be too careful with these kind of stuff. Just gonna watch out, right? Going through scam is right? Dejridon was stealing hack on Discord 3 years ago. One of my friends still never got the account back on Discord hack. That's that's like a different kind of. I think that's more phishing than being scammed. You don't just click URLs in Discord. you don't click random links that says like, ooh, free Discord Nitro. Ooh, tasty. I want free Nitro. Oh my god. No, that shit is just, yeah. I'm sure you know, like the scams that I was talking about is more involving of like real life money, real life situations. I'm sure you know that. Oh, I messed up. So yeah, maybe next time when I was talking about like scams and stuff, and when I suddenly go a little bit more aggressive on my tone, I'll apologize in advance, but this is my reasoning, right? So many of my not only just my family members, my friends also got scammed out of like a few thousand. And those few thousand could be like life-saving money, but they lost it. So it's like, it's always vile when I think about like scamming, people doing the scams and shit. And then it's even more fucked up to think that there are people who does that for a living. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, do something better. Do something that doesn't ruin people's life, right? Man. That was fast. Karma is real, not online now. Even... It's not even online. The scam happens in real life, right? I just don't believe it anymore. Even in real life, it doesn't work. It's not real. People are still getting, like, their life ruined by, like... scams and shit. Sometimes it hurts to look at. Like I can prevent myself from being scammed. I cannot prevent my friends from being scammed, can I? The most I can do is just be like, hey, careful about this kind of thing, and then it'll be up to them to to realize the situation and not get scammed. Which is not an easy thing to do, by the way. Like scamming in this era scamming in this era is just crazy hard to determine if they are or if they are not a scam anymore. It's tough. Like they'll make you think that it's real. It's crazy, no? It was the infamous Tetris person's game hack. Oh yeah, I almost got hacked by that as well. Almost. I clicked into it, but I did not download the game and press the .exe. It was during that moment someone told me about, hey, have you heard about the Tetris game hack? And then I almost downloaded it, and I almost launched the .exe. Almost. And thank God I didn't. People had their account hacked from it, and Discord didn't give a shit. That's Discord's problem, right? Accounts getting hacked, yeah, it could be like very detrimental. I don't know if like the account, like if Discord account getting hacked, would it be life-threatening? I mean, I'm not trying to compare the losses here, but just kind of curious. Because there's gonna be no winner in this, right? Being scammed means being scammed. There's no like, oh, you're being scammed slightly better or you're being scammed slightly worse. There's no light scam or heavy scam. No. Getting scammed means getting scammed. It feels like shit. I didn't realize that my hands, my thumbs start to hurt already. Shit, I played too much Tetris. That was quick. These two matches feels very quick. Like the top 50 came up very quickly. Oh my god, of course you would. That feels a little bit dumb. No. Wait, I fucked up. Oh shit. Oh wait, no, it's good. Okay, and then I got should have done that. Okay, doing pretty okay. I feel like the line piece, if it's unnecessary, it's best not to put it down vertically. Because it takes up so much vertical space, it's gonna be so bad. Yeah. Nice. Solid. I'm actually curious how much time I spent playing this game. I'll check afterwards. Okay. No. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Never give up. No. Yo, second? I almost did it though. No way. Huh? Bloccs. Hi. Hi, Brian. Welcome. And they're going to send a silver medal to your house since you got second. I would be so fucking concerned if I receive a silver medal when I win this game, and then someone send me a silver medal. I'll be fearing for my life now. They know where I live. Holy shit! I would actually just move away if I can. Holy shit! Yeah, no. I hope not. I want to do a retro game next week. I want to play Contra Force and Gradius 2 and a few other games that I want to play. Jacko is also really good. Oh yeah, Asterix and Obelix is also really fun on the SNES. Asterix and Obelix, Goof Troop is really fun. What else is there? Like those games, like the classic. Love those games. I think this has to be the last one. My hand hurts. Then I'll press right. Oh god, I need to save this quick. People are gonna aim for me now. Oh, here they come. My controllers are shaking. That's how you know. And they're coming. Nice too. Come on, my eyes itch. Oh god. Okay, we're still in this. Damn. Why'd I do that? Yikes. Yikes. Okay, I'm still in this, still in this. No, I'm gonna struggle. I'm gonna struggle. Hey, look, I got 16 out of that. I mean, I think I can pretty consistently get about top 30, I feel like. Yeah, I feel like top 30 is quite consistent. Nice coin. Oi, beautiful. Nice. Nice, right? I even took a picture of it. Da -da -da -da. Level 69. The best level. Think I could play Taiko no Tatsujin? You think I'm gonna get... I'm gonna try... I could try uploading it and see if YouTube destroys my channel for it. I think just don't play Vocaloid music and it should be fine. Just play the Namco original, then it should be fine, I feel like. Because they are Namco original. Just don't go to like J-pop, don't go to no J-pop, no anime, no Vocaloid. Some game music should be fine. And I think most Namco original should be fine. I don't know, I streamed Taiko once or twice before? I don't... Did I upload them? I don't remember, to be honest. I think I did. And I don't receive any copyright strike out of it? Maybe because there's so many drum noises that it nullifies the thing? You know what? I want to give it a try. Let me change the stream title. I think I still have the subscription. Drummed. And then I'm gonna change to Taiko no Tatsujin Rhythm Festival. Okay, yeah, that one is Rhythm Festival, okay. Alright, I'm trying it out. See if my channel gets destroyed. I hope it's fine. This one. I have to play with my sister's account though. But the subscription I have to buy on my account, so it's a little bit convoluted. Trying to destroy my fingies even more. Online music not rated by the ESRB. Do anyone ever use this? Like they use I want to try it. Yo, wait, let me try it. Let me get the controller real quick. Give me a second. Hold on, how do I take this out? Come on, don't struggle. Anyway, angle's not right. There we go. I should be able to utilize my... use my hand tracker, my leap motion to its fullest with this. New song? Oh. Bad guy, Usewa, Bling Bing Bling Bang Bang Bon Idol. We are Bad Apple. Yo, Bad Apple. I could play Bad Apple. Okay, wait, let me change this real quick. I'm changing these two controllers. Oh, this is gonna be so funny. Kobold is not for DMCA? No, I'm not. I'm ready to get DMCA'd. No, I'm not. Help! Oh no, Pineapple. didn't you? Oh no, Usewa. Usewa. Play that music, immediately get DMCA'd, I feel like. I'm gonna try using the motion controls here. Can you track my hand with this? Leap motion? Oh, my leap motion died. What the hell? How did that happen? There we go. Oh, wait, it works, so I can do this and then do this. Wait, let me try. I'm gonna use motion controls. It's gonna be so stupid, and I'm gonna love it. Yeah. With motion controls, baby. Okay, wait, don't play the music immediately. Don't play the music. Don't play the music. Okay. We go. Don't play the music. Okay. We go down first. Go. Okay. Okay, there we go. You also be made the Oshinoko opening. So to my understanding, I think that Namco original music should be fine. Something like this should be fine, right? Maybe? Should I play something easy first? I mean, game OST should be fine, I feel like. Unless it's Tekken. Tekken doesn't like it. You know, when I play Tekken, and then Tekken copyright claimed my video? But that was like a few months ago. I don't think it happens now. Alright, time to die. I mean, the music is already playing, so nothing I can do, right? Alright, I'm using this and then this, I think. This is gonna be so stupid. Let's play on... I think hard should be fine, right? Let's play on hard. No, I'm not gonna play on expert. Hold Joy-Con upright. Okay, I'm doing it. Oh my god. It kind of works. Oh, it kind of works. I forgot to say anything. It kind of works, but sometimes when I want to do the car, it doesn't work. Hey, but look, for motion control, this is actually really good already. Also, wait, I want to check something. Let me try and do this and see if the... I hope the OBS doesn't crash, alright. If I do this and then do this... Don't crash. Okay. Maybe it's a little better, I hope. There's not much delay, right? Is there delay on the audio? I don't know. I hope not. So I need to hold it like this, upright. So straight is red, and then if you do like this, a weird side way, it's a blue, but sometimes it doesn't work. I don't know. It kind of works. It kind of works. It's kind of funny. Alright, let's do the hardest one. So I'm holding it like this, right? And then if I hit it like this and this, oh. Oh god. Oh god. This is impossible? Okay, look, it... See? Nah, it's kind of fun though. It's kind of fun to play motion control, so it's so stupid. I love it. But man, my hand hurts from playing motion controls like this. What the heck? We should be able to play game music, right? Do I dare? Don't play, don't play. Oh, don't play. Okay. This is not going to get me copyrighted, right? Doing. If Super Mario gets me copyrighted, I don't know. Oh, Persona 5. And then you have the classic. The classic. Ooh. Katamari Tamashi. Katamari Tamashi. That's kinda cute. Oh, of course I played this one. Of course I played this one. Goddamn, it's Kara. Come on. It's a Tekken music? Goddamn. Oh, let's play it easy on this. Yeah, let's just play normal. We're gonna play around 5 to 6 stars. I think that's fine. Since I'm using motion controls and it looks stupid and I love it. Oh. Oh. Okay. Hey, look, see? Motion controls can play. I can play motion controls. Right? I can swing. I can swing the controller. Like, as much as I want to shit on it, it's actually not bad. It's not that when you play something that's not too extreme, but if you play something that's too many notes together, it's not gonna be okay. It will not be okay. Oh. Oh, dragon music. Oh, dragon music. Hey, how are you? Hi, Drake. Welcome, Drake. Oh my god. Dragon. I don't think... Happy 2025, Drake. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing pretty okay. Still a tiny bit sick, but just a tiny bit. I'm feeling way better now. Alright, let's play... this is Summer Dragon, it says, the music. Karyu. We do... Normal should be fine, I feel like. So, in case you guys don't know, yeah, I'm playing it with Motion control. It's so stupid, I love it. Come on, I... hi, Sorrow. Yeah, drama Kobold. Oh. I can pause. I'm playing with motion controls. Hi. Welcome. Hollow Knight. Oh, hey, yo, nice.
Hello.
Baphilam.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. How was Hollow Knight? Thank you, Evie. Hi, Rocky. Look at all those jamming. Hi. I hope Hollow Knight is heckin' fun. Also, welcome in. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art on some Thursdays and Mondays. Welcome. You love Hollow Knight? A lot of people does. Which is very fair. Hollow Knight is pretty fun looking. I did play Hollow Knight for a little bit, but too bad it's not really my thing. I did try to like it though. But yeah, hope you're doing good. It's... Oh, it's already 5th. It's already January 5th. Still, Happy New Year. And thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. It's kind of magical game. I would say it kind of is. First week's almost over. Damn, time flies. It's crazy. I can't believe it. I'm not gonna start over. Yeah, Happy New Year. Also, in case you guys don't know, I'm using the Switch controller on this one. I'm swinging on the air like a dum-dum, and it's kind of fun. I hate to say it. I'm swinging my controller in the air, and it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun, though. Alright, you can continue. Hey, yo! That works. Sounds fun. At first it feels kind of stupid, but then it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. It's surprising amount of fun. Yeah. I could play the game normally. But why play normally when I can be a dum-dum? And just swing my controller like this. Yo! Ooh, look, hard, it's only 5-star? Yeah, drums are mega fun. I used to be in a Chinese Lion dance troupe when I was in middle school. I'm the leader, and I play a lot of drums. That's why I love drums a lot. Drums is so fucking fun, man. So good. I love drums. Yeah, I used to be a Chinese Lion dance troupe leader. Hehe. I have a question. Are you guys seeing this like very laggy? Like audio desync and stuff? I feel like there might be a lot of audio desync going on. Yeah, it kind of works. Very energetic. I'll take it. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like audio delay or desync from a video. This is a problem when I stream this game. It always happens. What if I go this? Don't crash. Oh, thank God you didn't crash. Okay. Hopefully it's slightly better now. I like these kind of music. Let's go hard. Totokita. Of course, I'll play the game normally after I'm tired. This is surprisingly amount tired. I slammed my microphone. I need to be careful. I'm so good. Nice. Heart is also 3-star, 6-star, sorry. Heart is 6-star, then it should be fine. Yeah, I love these kind of music. I'm not the dong ci kind of gal. I can actually use my babbers for something now. my babbers is instrument. See, you guys can actually imagine I'm using my babbers and just bapping on the drums to make noise. It works. I don't dare to like play any other music. I feel like some of the music is fine in... Would Bad Apple get me destroyed? Or is Toho music fine? I have no idea. I don't know if Toho music would be fine, to be honest. Alright, give me a second. I'm going to Google. Is Toho music Toho is, if I remember correctly, basically completely public domain. Seriously? Toho wiki copyrights. Okay, I'm reading this for a bit. I'm reading it just in case I don't get destroyed. Okay, Toho copyright. You are free to share, copy, and redistribute the material in any medium or format. Adapt, remix, transform, or build upon the material for any purpose, even commercially. The licensor cannot revoke these freedoms as long as you follow these license terms. Under the following terms, attribution, you must give appropriate credit, provide a link to the license, and indicate if changes were made. You may do so in any reasonable manner, but not in any way that suggests the licensor endorses you or your use. Share alike, if you remix, transform, or build upon the material, you must distribute your contributions under the same license as the original. No additional restrictions. You may not apply legal terms or technological measures that legally restrict others from doing anything the license permit. So... Okay, there's like an original text from... I want to make derivative work based on Toho series' characters and settings. The copyright of Toho series, including its characters, content, quotes, and music, belong to my circle. That said, this series is supported by many doujin characters. For the usual activities in doujin material, you do not need to notify me request by permission. The copyright and derivative work belong to the characters. So derivatives. They shop work and derivative memory. I can't take responsibility. Wait, 2011, 2020 update, 2024 update. A broad restriction to the use of crowdfunding on derivative works, as Team Shanghai at least cannot take responsibility for any troubles that could arise. Prohibitions on the use of photos of Zun himself. Oh, okay. So music should be fine. So any music that's from Toho is okay, according to Toho Wiki. If I understand this right. Unless I misunderstood, then I'm fucked. But to my
Toho music should be fine to play. Should be fine to play. Right? After much deliberation of the concept's counter agreement, you are a kobold. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do? I'm a kobold. Hi, Coffee Mensa. Alright, gonna play with buttons now. I mean, I already play with motion controls. Oh no, I'm gonna play with motion controls. Fuck this. Motion controls, baby. Taiko no Kumo Nuki. Hi. Welcome. Yeah, Taiko no Tatsujin. One of my favorite I'm gonna try to play some Toho music. If I die, I die, okay? I read the Toho wiki. Looks like music should be fine, I think. If I understand this correctly, music should be fine, alright? So we go variety. Okay. Chill. Don't just play music. Don't just play music. Where is the pineapple? Okay. Am I dead yet? Am I still here? Is my stream still going? Oh god. I don't know. This is my favorite too. Yeah, it's so good. Also, hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I don't dare to use motion control and play on extreme. I'll just play on hard, alright? Motion control. Hello?
Oh, hell yeah. If it works, it works. Wait, there's only certain music. Also, stream seems fine to you. Oh, nice. Okay. It looks like to me that there's a lot of delay and also audio desync on my end, but I hope it's not too noticeable. I hope. Also, yeah, I need to be careful not to play any music that could get my stream destroyed. I was reading. I think the motion control seems like a little latency. Maybe is it? Yeah, it has a lot. It has a lot of like delay and shit, but I'm okay with that. It's motion controls. You just swing, have fun. I'm not playing with buttons, so I don't really care about like latency and shit. I just want to hit the notes and hell yeah, hell yeah. Is this Toho? Okay, this is Toho. Is this Toho? Okay, this is Toho. I never played Toho, so I have no idea. Are you Toho? Okay, you're Toho. Are you Toho? You're Toho. You're also Toho. You're not Toho. Oh! You're not Toho. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Okay, I want this one. Oh, it's good to just be able to groove. Oh hell yeah, it's so good. I'll play button. I'll play button afterwards. I just want to swing the controller and have fun. Hold the Joy-Con. Oh god. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Baga, baga. Hey, hey. I should be happy to go back now. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you. Thank you, Dead Moxie. Appreciate the raid again. Thank you. Something the other console parts are missing, sadly. The other mode is more perfectly with motion control. We're gonna have to stand and pretend a huge strawberry is in front of you. It's some kind of fitness thing, though. Oh, I mean, I guess I can do that, but I also want to make use of my leap motion controls, so something that I'm missing sadly. Oh, console and PC. Oh. Oh, wait, this is Switch though. Console have this game? Like PS5? Music! Oh, hi Merp! Oh my god, Merp, Merp. Hello Merp. I can do this now. Look at Merp. Oh my god, it Merp. It's so heck and cook. Hope Merp is doing good. Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah. This music is fun. What is this? What is this? It's pretty fun, and yep, the other parts do have this, but the cost of 120 FPS and stuff is missing the other modes. It's 120 FPS a lot? I mean, it's a lot, right? I'm only have 59.94, I think. I mean, the monitor I have. So usually I play at 59. I don't know. I have no idea about these kind of things. This song is so old, too fun. Oh, this one is old? It's super fun though, this one. I love it. I want to play it again. But with buttons. I want to play 动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词动词。Ang. Oh, you saw the full song. I think I hear she counts in 1二三1二31二3 and then 1 2 3 1 2 3 something and then he for me. Did she just sing Ein, zwei, guten Morgen? Oh wait, ein is 1, zwei is 2 something? Is it? Null is 0. Yeah, oh. Guten Morgen is good morning, right? Yeah, oh, that's cute. It's probably fine. It can do lower frames at 30 FPS minimum without phasing, I think. The songs is going to be really fun. Yeah, I think my subscription ends in about a few days, which is it's a monthly subscription thing. But I do manual subscription, so I don't, you know, since I'm not playing this every day. I think this game I have. How long do I have? Oh shit! I play 100 or more Tetris 99. We don't look at this, right? We don't look at this. Potato 140 hours. Okay. Where's Taiko? Where's Taiko? Is it because I'm playing it, so it's not showing? Oh, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Only 150 hours. I couldn't believe it. Wow, it's not here. Maybe it's because I'm playing it. I might be obsessed. Alright, let's play buttons a little bit. Let's play with buttons. Alright, let's change controller. Sorry. Hi, Zandik. Guten Morgen. Okay, I have controllers on now. So, change. Oh, controller is almost dead. Shit. I mean, I play a lot of Tetris 99 just now, so probably. Yes, boop. Very heckin' adorable. Alright, let's play this one on... I think I should be able to play this, right? With buttons. It's a lot easier. Alright, time to die. I want to try out how bad is the latency between OBS and the screen. Oh no. Maybe it's a bad idea. Ooh. I'm pretty bad with this part. Wow! What the fuck? There's no fucking way I can beat it with this kind of latency. Oh, shit. Oh, I mean, if it works, it works. We take those. Oh, we can go level up. Extreme, I can never be good to beat those. I mean, I got lucky because I'm really good with like rhythms, I guess. Look at my dragon. That's not a dragon. Oh! No! Meat! Oh my god, food! Also, yeah, because I think me being in the Chinese Land Dance troop leader really helps a lot when I play rhythm games like this, especially playing the drum. And that's kinda cute. Oh, no more. I want more. Lion Jinja. Man, I need to buy a drum controller. My previous drum controller is like dead. The drum controller is so expensive though. God damn it. It costs like, the cheapest one is 200 plus. I'm sorry, no, 130 plus, I think. Yeah, the cheapest one. And then the good one costs like 300 to 400. It's like, motion is best for you? Not really. Button. Or if I can get a drum is the best for me. I could really play well with drums. Oh, this one is mega fast. Oh, you know what's mega fast? I could die in this. The classic freedom knife. And then the point down, point down, point down. Alright. Nah, maybe not. I don't want... Maybe this one first. I think I played this one before, but it's been so long since I last played this game. I wish I could get a drum controller. Yeah, me too. I need to save up for it too. Yeah, rhythm music staple. It really is. What the fuck? I don't understand. What? How the fuck did I play this before? My god. No way. Okay, here's the problem. I have to press the button in the future. Nah, I so cool. Let me try something then. There is calibration settings, right? I just want to see how different it is to what I see and what I hear. I'm back, game settings. Let's do... Answer questions, easily adjust the note position plus time. I'm playing in... This counts as TV mode. Yeah, TV mode. Hit the button when you hear a TV speaker. Okay. Okay. A little late. Nah. Tell me how bad it is. Motion calibration. I think motion calibration you have to do manual calibration. I feel like. Select silent option instruments. No. What if I like confirm this? Say what controller you use for Taiko mode. If you're playing two-player Taiko mode for Joy-Con and drum controller is a drum controller. I'm using I'm using this one. Teach me the good timing for Taiko mode. Good timing is when inputs are hit, make them disappear the border. Inputs are hit with good timing. Oh. Oh. Good timing is when inputs are hit to make them disappear at the border. That's interesting though. So hit for the music? Even if visually it doesn't make sense? I guess I can try. It says right... Bro! How do I play this just now? What the Yo, let's go. Alright, okay. What? It's only 60? Oh. Baby numbers. Baby numbers. Baby numbers. Only 60? Alright, let's test how good it is now. I'm not gonna put the option to silent. Mine was like 89 when I tried. Ooh. Usually it's 0 whenever I play, but only because I'm streaming, so... Here's the convoluted part. The music, the sound plays delayed on OBS, so you guys can hear it as well, right? But if I use RE Central, it's gonna be okay, right? But you guys will not be able to like interact with me on stream anymore. So here's the problem. That's the problem. So with the audio playing on OBS is very delayed, and my monitor is like playing normally, which has like no delay on visual. So that's why, right? It's a little bit it's a little bit funny situation here. So usually when I play the game off stream, it's like mega fine. I play on zero latency, zero calibration. The best way to test this is to use Bad Apple, but I don't want it to be silent though. Oh yeah, cat. Okay, I'm gonna press according to the music instead of It's late, it's in the train, not if you're yep. Wait a minute. It hurts. That hurt my soul. Okay, how about this? So you guys will be able to listen to the music, but no drum noises. Yeah, it's kind of the delay from the stream only. Oh, it's perfect now. What the fuck? Why is this black magic? Wow. Wow. It's perfect. Oh my god, it's perfect. Ooh. Yo. Ew, it's perfect though. Yeah, that was for you. uh, challenge mode, play with drums on. If I play drums on, it's gonna be so scary. You wanna try it? I'm gonna try it. Let's play something. Let's play something. Or do you want? Okay, I'm serious. Let's do. I'm gonna play on extreme because I'm gonna play on extreme because I'm not in pain enough. I'm not in pain enough. So the sound somehow must be on a different timing somehow. Yeah, the different visual and different audio delay causes this. Oh. It hurts. I have to empty my brain. Oh my god, I have to empty my brain. I think this is timing. This is why this is why it feels like to live with 300 ping. when your band's drummer has 300 ping, and this is what happens. Oh my god. My brain hurts from this. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Extreme is so much for ASMRs. Honestly, Extreme is super fucking fun. And this isn't too much like in Drum and Fun, right? Drum and Fun, oh, the previous Taiko, right? The previous game, yeah. Yeah. Alright, I wanna try... And let's destroy my fingies. But I'm gonna play silent, I'm sorry. I know it's not as entertaining if I play as... if I play on silent. I get surprised story is still going. Me too, actually. I feel energetic enough to keep going somehow. I am feeling a little bit tired though. Oh my god. Even the balloon noise. Oh my god. That fucking car. So noisy. Hey, you still got him. Yeah, I mean, no drum feels a little bit you know. No drum noises doesn't feel like Taiko anymore. Also, oh my god, pet. I didn't see the pet, but I felt the pet. Oh my god. I'm so glad I ate Panadol before I start the stream as well. I ate like 2 of them. Oh. More pay. Oh, is it like wet fishing? I remember in wet fishing I can really get free pets. A lot of free pets. I can abuse being a kobold. And I can just be like, if I make this face. Or like wait, how do you type it again? Is it oh, yeah, if I type this. No. I cry. Yeah, it was so much fun. Maybe I should play wet fishing again. I wonder if they fixed the problem of the thing, you know. If they fix the what do you call them again? There's like hackers that can just barge into people's room and just like hack their account or some shit. I want to play this one again. You know what? I had a green chair. I wonder if they fixed it with the newest update. Because it was kind of genuinely terrifying. Especially when they can barge into a single player's room. That's even more scary. Okay, let's do menu calibration, TV mode. I'm gonna put it into normal. Alright. So that I can have the drum still on, but I myself can adjust to the latency. So that you know we can have a good listening experience. I can pretty much adjust the latency, it's fine. So long as the sound is good, then I can do it. Okay, I can adjust to it. Sounds good too, right? The drum has no delay on that. I think it will be easier to determine that on the music. I'll play a few more, and then I'm probably gonna go rest already. Soyaka. I just think that little moment is so cute, no? I typed the crying face and then I got pets. Oh wait. Wait, how did I? Wait, how? What changed? Wait, no way. Let me auto check this one. Don't crash. Okay, thank God. Let me try again. That's not right. Did I not save the settings? Do I need to save the setting? Wait, that's weird. It was okay before I changed the thing, no? Remember the DS very difficult for you? Oh, this one is really fun. I usually use this music for warm up. It's super fun. Oh, chair. I thought I was like, I can adjust to the latency, but not when that happens. I need to confirm the settings. Okay. There. Okay. Just I guess Kobold Dum Dum Brain coming in. Lion Jinja. This music is also really cool. I love this one. Like out of all the all of these, I know there's more I didn't download, but this one is definitely one of my favorite. Next to this one. This one is still number 1, and then this one is number 2. Alright, should be good now. The organ should say for crushing things to be a hoax? Oh, damn. I'll read that later. There we go. Okay, this is so weird. I have to keep reminding myself that I'm pressing for the future. And I have to remind myself that I register, okay, I pressed that button. And I can move to the next one. It's something, but I can work with this. The music is nice, I'm okay with this. As far as I understand, all he was doing was using a hacked client. So it doesn't get people's like web phishing client, like they cannot log in anymore kind of thing. Well, that's a very intricate hoax. But you know what, all in the end, I'm just glad it's a hoax and it's not a real thing. I love the drums on the background too. It adds to it. It's so good. I love drums so much. It's crazy. Yeah. Ooh. Hey. I kinda can get the timing now. It feels I have to press for the future. But it works. Also, hi Swift. Welcome Swift. Here I make music? I make music, oh my god. Taiko? Yeah. I need to save up to buy a better drum controller. I saw I was at Burrum last year, and they have this like really good Taiko drum controller. Like Wogan has them, and I was like, oh my god, so good. As far as I understand, all he can really do is create rooms and evade being kicked from a room. Oh, so it's like a fear monger kind of thing. Oh, also hi Tinte. Yeah, Taiko good, Taiko fun. The room was a bit overstated. Unfortunate. I got scared too. Super fast hands. I can be faster. Oh, no, which way Taiko? Hey yo, hi Metal. Yep. Oh my god, Kobold friend. Hey. Ooh. Okay, we got him. I was never good with triple. I wish I could be fast. I was really into rhythm games when I was a kid. I used to play Audition, Hashify, SDO, AutoGem, Osu. Yeah, I used to play these games to, especially Osu. Osu is when I really get batshit insane. Like when I was middle school, I play Osu like there's no tomorrow. So maybe that's how I got the fast hands. Like really fucking fast. I play all those like not good by the way, but I used to just keep playing those like the big black by the quick brown fox, something like that. or like something faster like Band Forever or like the Renard remixes. Those are like really fast. Yeah, those are like some good stuff. Soya. Ha. Soya. So. Hoi, hoi, hoi. Hoi, hoi, hoi. Soya. I could change the sound to soya ha, but I don't want to destroy my ear. Soya ha. This one. Hey, 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 hey. This one is fun. This one is fun. Remember jamming to this when Taiko Drum Master came to PC before he quickly died when they removed modding? Yeah, I heard about that. It's so sad too. Which I wish they allowed. It was nice using custom stuff in something official or using your own song as long as there were a .tja. Yeah, it's just weird how I think it's not Bandai Namco. It's just Taiko, I think, because Tekken has been modded to shit, and they don't really care about it. So I think it's just Taiko stuff. Like Tekken is also Bamco, and yeah, I mean they don't really care about mods. Even mods that like show like nude bodies and shit, yeah, they don't care. So that has to be like a must be like a Taiko thing. Also, this music is like dum. This is the weirdest. I think this is the weirdest 10-star ever. But it has dragon in it. This music, so I'm gonna show you and destroy my fingies for a little bit. I might need to do like the Tekken grip for this so that I can do like. There's no way. It's the weirdest. There's no. I'm doing the Taken grid, it doesn't work. Yeah, this is the weirdest 10-star ever. I'm doing a Taken grid so that I can do like I'm having two fingers on one on Ka, one on Don, so that I can quickly alternate between them. So left hand is a support, right? Support whether if it's like a super fast note, I can just like support like three notes very fast. Doesn't work. So funny. Yeah, it's dragon. Soryu no Ran is like double dragon causing chaos? Question mark? Something like that. The one thing that scares people away from Taiko, super complex patterns. Yeah. Or like to me, my weakness is long and not fixed patterns. So if you have like a really long pattern like Yaranaka Train, this music has like super fucking long notes, but they are the same pattern. I'm okay with that. But if they are long but different pattern of note, I cannot do it. That's my weakness. But this music is super fucking fun though. Give me a second. Let me open up the lights real quick. It's getting kinda dark. If you want to get a feel of how this game is like, I think Yaranaka Tang is like a good start. It's the speed is okay, the pattern is nice, it's really good for warm out. Might be a little bit painful though, but it works. The blue difficulty, by the way, not the normal. I can show you this. My request? Sure. See if I can play on stream. Oh, fuck. I forgot how long this is. Okay, okay. Ooh. Yeah, these are extremely long, but they are the same pattern. Or like the pattern is like very easy. Usually it's your right hand doing the alternating, so it's like very easy. And your left hand usually alternate at like the even beat, so it's like it's a really good music to get a feel of the game if you want to. Taiko Fitness in Partyland. Taiko Fitness in Partyland? Is that a thing? Is that... Oh, forgot you play drummer. Taiko Land, right? Oh. Use your whole body to play the huge drum? How do I do that? Move around a lot and get a banging body. Yo, am I banging now? Am I banging? Ooh. So do I have to use the controller for this? Look up at the starry sky. Music is hype though. Okay, it's complete motion only, okay? Let me try. Okay, please use the dual controller grip. With your Joy-Con... Can you use dual controller grip? Please confirm whether it's okay. Nanti dulu bagi saya... Dua minit. Change grip order. So I need to stand up for this, right? I'm gonna look like a dumbass. I'm gonna close the curtains for this. Wait! I'm gonna go close the curtain. Okay. Strongest power. Oh my god. A dragon. Hi, strongest power. Thanks for the raid. What were you playing? Give me a second. My table is a mess. Oh my god. Nah, go back to the game, man. Yeah. What were you playing? VR chat? Ooh. Oh my god, a dragon. A dragon in VR chat? Ooh. I like. Hopefully VR chat was fun. Thanks for the really strongest power. Also welcome in Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. Hehe. And I do art on some Thursdays and Mondays. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thanks again for the raid. Looking at worlds. Oh, like the worlds. Wait, you can browse worlds? I thought there's like a determined amount of worlds. Well, to be fair, I don't know how VR chat works, so. We're gonna do lunchies? Okay. Have a good lunch, Merp. Can it be used with the dual controller grip? Please press the confirm button and set accordingly, okay? Beep up, beep up, beep up, beep up. Have the best lunch, man. Okay, I don't have that, but please don't be like me. That thing is downstairs. I don't want to go down and take it. Dawn requires a lot of movement, so please make sure you have enough space to move around you before playing. Wow, really? Am I gonna hit my own microphone? Shit, I'm staying out for this. Alright, get the fuck up, chair. Get up. I'm putting the camera up as well. No, too high. Camera. Does this work? No, it needs to be higher. How about now? Okay, I could reposition. Give me a second. So I'm here. If I reposition like this, no, I'm too like. I have more movement now. People can make their own worlds and avatars. Oh, okay. I didn't. Oh, right. I make my own avatar. I didn't know people can make worlds. That's very cool. Alright, what do I get? What do I do? What do I do? Do I punch people? Sorry, do. No, don't play that. don't play that. I don't want to get destroyed. Okay, and then okay. Well, Bappa is only 5? How do I play this mode? Turn HD Rumble. Oh! Oh! Hey! Oh shit. Alright, let's try easy. I don't know what I'm doing. Actually, you guys can you guys even hear me? Yeah, I'm gonna make the mic closer to me. Nothing on hard. Maybe because I haven't played this mode before. Probably, I don't know. Alright. Hopefully I'm not too far from the mic now, so have fun, I need sleep. Okay. Have a good sleep. Have a good sleep, strongest power. Alright, let's try normal then. Also, I want to see if I can let me try to cheat. Give me a second. This is very scuffed, I understand. But I'm gonna try this. So if I do this, are you gonna detect my hand? Kind of far. How about now? It's kind of hard to detect my hand. It's fine. Alright, let's play normal. How do I play this? Is there any explanation on what I need to do? Try swinging left and right, find a good balance. What? Whoa! Oh! Oh, this is fun! Oh my god, this is so good! Oh! Oh, this is so much fun. What the fuck? Oh, whoa, whoa. Oh, this is so much fun though! This is so much fun though! I want to play this! Great Fito! Oh, wait, I need to okay, I'm gonna reposition. Okay, this is fine. Calories burned this time? Yo, I'm so good though! Guys, you like it? It's nice that it also... Yeah, it times things too, it's really good. Something I think PC and console could be missing out on. At least if they could allow touch controls. Yeah. Yo, immediately? First time playing Don Don Fitness? Yo, I'm so good, dude. Wait, this is so much fucking fun though. Okay, okay. Okay. I like it. I like it. Do I have heart? No? Give me heart. No heart? I guess I need to play more before I get heart. So many points. Yeah. I'm cheating. What's this? I think the classical music should be fine. Ooh, I love this music. Alright, I'm gonna get copyright claimed, but I don't care. How could a devil violinist music not get copyright claimed? I don't understand. Alright, anyway, I'm playing this one. Okay. Sadly, I cannot really like, I cannot really like detect my hands properly. Maybe if I do the chest one, but I could try setting it up this time. This is really fucking fun though. Oh no! I wasn't raising my hands. Come on. It's only certain stuff though. How they can be great songs to have a loud note. Wait. Did I raise my hand too hard because I cannot do ka anymore? I cannot do ka anymore, help. Am I not supposed to raise my hand? But I did raise my hand though. I cannot do ka anymore. Okay, I'm gonna try not to raise my hand and see what happens. Or maybe if I raise it. No, I don't. I'm gonna try not raising it. Do the ka. Okay. Left hand is fine. What the fuck? What? What? Why you cutting? I don't understand. How was it working for you before? I honestly have no idea. it just kind of worked and then suddenly it doesn't work. It's okay though. Yo, the music is so hype though. Performance cluster. Very nice. Bronze member? I'm so good. Okay, let's level up real quick. Plus. Give me things. Whoa. Drum is my lover? Oh shit. I'm maximum level. Karada o ukokasoyo. I cannot believe I'm actually drum level max. I cannot believe I have no life. Oh shit. No way. Oh no. I guess the tracking is just on. Why if you never raise? Agree, it's really good. It's really fucking good. Oh, thanks for the pay. Oh my god. Standing gives me more. This song is really fun. Mikhail Glinka. Oh yeah, it's Glinka's music. I forgot. Oh. Oh. Oh, this one is here too? Damn. Ooh, yo! I should check out more classical music. There has to be more in Taiko Game Pass, right? But I don't want to check it out now because I'm afraid. Oh. Hey, are we gonna play Tekken now? Guess I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. Can I use song in music pass? Curious if it allows any. Yeah, I gotta check it on my own time because I don't want to get copyright claim or something like that. But I think most Namco music should be fine. But on Namco music, game music, some variety might be dangerous. Vocaloid, no, right? Anime, no. J-pop, no. So hard to say. This is so much. This is so fun though. Holy shit. Yeah, Namco original should be fine. Yeah, if I don't raise it, it's good. Oh, you really have to swing it. I'm just afraid that I might destroy my mic from this. I'll be careful. Oh. Nano this. 1 million? $1 million. I'm so good. So I guess a raise hand really mean hold on your hand like it's the arcade cabinet. Yeah. 4 bad? What a great workout plus 100. 100 is a lot though. One more? Yo! Okay, okay. I see the appeal. I see the appeal. Okay. Yeah, he's using my score to fill in the stars. It's really good. Oh, this is fun as hell. Oh shit. I wish there's hard though. I guess it's not unlocked yet? Question mark? Ah! Ah! I didn't press anything, no. Don't scare me like that, fuck. Oh. Ruby needs to be unlocked. I wish I could look it up. It's okay. I'll play a few more. I have to end the stream soon as well. I'm getting tired, and I still need to eat medicine after. I haven't fully recovered yet. It's alright. Maybe the last music for this one. Last music. Wham!
両腕を上げて構えましょう。
Got him. Fun. Oh my god, I'm so tired though. Yeah, no hard charge at all. Maybe freedom dice? Maybe I really have to unlock it?
星座を見てみましょう。
The constellation part is so high though, it's hard. Holding something even a little heavy will be more effective for working out.
新しい奇数化へゲットだと。
Oh, wait, it's a head.
新しい奇数化へゲットだと。新しい称号ゲットだと。
Healthy Donda. I'm healthy. Let me check some hard songs and see if they have like hard charts. I can't find anything about it, but it's really neat. Yeah, thanks for telling me that. I actually didn't know about this. Thank you. No, even this one is just normal. I forgot about this music. Okay, I have to play this. I have to play this. I have to. Let's go, last one, let's go. Toki toki Mune Kyun o Matsuri time. Mune Kyun.
しっかり構えてスタートです時々胸キュンお祭りタイム最後のリズム飛び跳ねる金魚超人くくで君にジャンプそっと握ってキュッと握って二人は赤いリンゴ飴くるくるおしとやかにステップお祭り騒ぎだわシャイシンデレラあなたと踊ればどこでも飽きた太鼓のリズムがトップよなんちげあなたのことを私のことを二人を結ぶ赤い帯最後のリズム飛び跳ねる金魚ちょちんくくで君にジャンプ真夏の夜そっと優しく二人の恋また雨みたい
Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. Oh my god.
終了なのです結果発表グレートフィット
Oh, only one band? Yo, that's pretty good. Yeah, give me the music. The constellation.
見てみましょう
Ooh. This part is always so hype. It's so good.
新しい挨拶ゲットだどん
That was so good and looks super fun. It's super mega fun. I honestly would not have checked the Taiko land for this. Hey, thanks for telling me. That was really fun. That was really fun. But I have to end here. Oh, I would play more. I'll definitely play more of this off stream. I could lose some weight too. Alright, I'm actually sweating. Holy shit. That was so good though. Thank goodness I closed the air conditioner first. Alright, let me put everything back to its place. And oh yeah, I should probably upload the music as well. Oh yeah, the camera is not right. Ah! Even this is not right. If I do crap. This leap motion, I swear to god. Just gonna at least you're able to check it out. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. And then this one. Things like this. And then if I reset position, there we get. Okay, let me go. Let me become big. Uh-oh, I'm a big kobold now. Right, let me upload some music as well. I don't like. Why is someone cutting grass at 7 p.m.? People are actually cutting grass at 7 p.m. I'm very surprised. Just so nice because like I like to groove as I drum sometimes, which doesn't want me any online stuff, but it's fun. Yeah, it's really fun. I never really play any online on Taiko. I don't think I want to be honest. I feel like if I play like online, I feel like if I play online, it's probably gonna be like Sweatboard. Like everyone playing super sweaty. I feel like. I might be wrong though. 7 p.m. Is it summer already? No, I'm from Malaysia. Saya orang Malaysia. So that's why. Hey. I'm at GMT +8 time zone. Oh, Salo is streaming. We wanted to raid Salo last time, but we raided into Dino Derp instead. It is too difficult online, but I love the titles they give sometimes. It's just when you said cutting grass, I assume like, oh. I mean, it's... The grass grows really quickly here, so I guess it's normal. But then again, on nighttime, and it's so noisy. It's so noisy, I don't like. Yeah, the grass grow pretty much constantly here, non-stop. Since it's eternal summer here, so pretty much it's gonna keep growing. Alright, we're gonna raid to another kobold. A kobold toy, even. A very cute one, actually. It's honest, I don't think any grows here, although I live in the city. Oh. I know city might have some, like, patches of grasses. Patches of grass, no? I feel like it would be kind of sad to have no green around. I mean, that's my own personal view, of course. There's toy kobolds? There's one that I know of. Salo is a toy kobold. A very squeaky one. Very cute. Alright, I'm gonna summon Bernie and stuff real quick. Hey Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Bernie is super nice. Well, in this case anyway. I don't know anything about Bernie. I just always seen that clip around a few years back, and I was like, oh hey, when I type donation, that could appear. It's like, why not? I'm once again asking for your financial support. Anyway, I also have a Discord channel. Discord channel is usually where I spam dragon pictures when I can, and also I'll announce like stream stuff, like when I start to stream, or if there's like a stream delay, or like yesterday I couldn't stream because I was sick. Because I was sick, sadly. But yeah, Discord is where I announce my stream stuff. Pretty much. Or I spam dragon pictures. Or not just me, but other people can spam dragon pictures as well. I think that's pretty much it. Question mark? Maybe? Hope you're able to get better. I am feeling much better today. That's why I'm able to stream. I think it was 2 days ago I was streaming and then I suddenly felt like I'm floating, I'm dizzy. So I stopped streaming and then immediately I had a huge fever. But thank goodness it's just fever, so it's nothing too bad. A huge fever and then living in 35 plus Celsius every day, it's really easy to make myself. It's really I cannot talk. It's really easy to make myself force myself to sweat, right? I can wear like 3 shirts and 1 hoodie and then lie down in my room and I could sweat in a matter of hours. And I mean, of course I have to eat Panadol first, right? Panadol helps, definitely. You eat Panadol and then you wear a bunch of really heavy clothing. I mean, I could wear my suit, but I don't wanna. No, dangerous. I don't want to do that. But yeah, just after I sweat and then I feel slightly better. I couldn't know how I try unless it's scorching hot here. That's fair. To be honest, I was really fucking like stuffy and shit, but I wasn't really sweating until I started to stand up and walk around a little bit, just a little bit, and then I sit back down, and then the sweat suddenly like goes like, well, not like showering, but yeah, I started to sweat quite a lot, and after that I started to feel a little bit better, and then I just keep sitting there, like no fan, no air ventilation, no air conditioner, just forcing myself to sweat. It is very crude. It's very not elegant. But it works, it totally works. Beck. Hi Beck. Hi Mer. Also gone again doing the stream master. Bye. Have a wonderful stream, Mer. I will always lurk and secretly attach to Mer. Mer will not know. It's really hard to set on demand, especially when you're having a fever. Because when you're having a fever, you usually feel like super cold, right? I was shivering under 35 Celsius. and then my mom said that, "Ay yoi, besayo ane mati la." Essentially, she said like that is not good. Right, it's not normal. You're having a fever. Please take care. And it's like, yes, mom, you are right. I am very shivery cold. So, yeah, it was not normal. And yeah, fever is not good. I cannot imagine, right? I'm living in this eternal summer, and when I get fever, and then I'm shivering under 35 Celsius. What if people like in winter and then they're having fever? Shit. I feel like that could be frozen solid. Ooh, I don't want to think about it. It's so scary. I mean, it's a blessing to be in Malaysia, I guess. I'm too easily susceptible to cold. But heat I can handle. I love the heat, but not at times when I need to when sick. That's fair. I mean, heat? Yeah, I can pretty much handle heat as well. I mean, we have to, since we need to, like, you know, it's eternal summer, it's always hot here. Cold, however. Cold. I don't know if I can handle cold. Like 25, 23 is cold to me. 25 Celsius or like 23 Celsius, like walao in no. It's like, oh my god, so cold. Oh shit. The cold feeling isn't actually making your body cooler, so it feels the same during winter, I feel like. Oh, so maybe it's just because the body, the difference between the body heat and the outside temperature is different, I think? Question mark? That is causing the illusion of me feeling cold. I just easily go into sleep mode when it's cold, so I need to really keep myself warm to stay awake. A window of right now, okay. Let me look see. Cold. Cold. Holy shit, there's snow. Wait, it's January is not done yet. The snow will slowly melt away at March, right? Slowly around March, I believe. -5. Jesus, who? Oh my god, I would die. How? That's ice cold. The coldest here right now, or like the coldest here, the coldest around here is shit. I mean, 28 is generous. The coldest could be like 32, 31. It's not snowed here, I think. Would love to see snow. I would love to in this lifetime at least experience snow once. I think that would be cool, right? Experience snow once. Yeah. Although I heard from a lot of people, well, friends, that told me that well, snow is okay, but they're stinky. Like, multiple people told me that snow is stinky. It's like, really? But how? It's snow. And then they never explained to me. It's like, I don't believe them. How is snow stinky? Oh, hi Zeus Pop. Snow is what? Stinky. You know, like chok chok, like chichi da cha or something like that. Sticky? No, stinky with an N. Is snow sticky? Zeus, you're streaming, why? I saw your streaming. Yeah, stinky. Just once, though snow is a bit of a sign, and it never smells stinky for you. Oh, so I guess they lied to me. I'll find them. It's not a hard game. Okay, fair enough. It is a hard game to me. I don't know how to play games like that. Snow. No way. Not sneaky? Yeah, that's why I thought in the first place. It's just rainwater. Cold dull is a center smell. Oh, I never thought of that. Does it really? So maybe they are stinky, but it's just that cold make smell bed. Or like the scent of smell bed, more like. I never been around enough snow to smell. I never witnessed snow. I only witnessed sun forever. There's no seasons here. It's eternal summer. I don't think it's stinking. I believe you. I'll find some of my friends and bonk the shit out of them. It's stinky when it's next to a street and it takes out the exhaust from the car. Oh, then like that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't want to touch that kind of snow as well. I also would live in the eternal summer. Okay, look, to be very fucking honest, as much as I complain about being in eternal summer, yes, I will live in eternal summer as well. Like the amount of seasonal seasonal things that could happen, like natural disasters and shit, it's insane, right? And being in Malaysia, like Malaysia doesn't have a lot of natural disasters, if not none, right? It's just a very safe place. So yeah, as much as I complain about eternal summer, I would want to live in eternal summer if I get to choose. Normal default snow smells pretty neutral. Fair enough. I haven't had winter in the past 15 years or so. Last time it was cold in October was like 2010. Whoa, that's like, yeah, 15 years about. I want to live in the place with eternal 20 to 25 Celsius. That would be so perfect though. Like the perfect weather to suit up and just like run around in suit without much of a care. I mean, I can suit under like 30 plus Celsius. It feels like dying, but hey, it's fun still. Must be amazing to live with nothing too much happening. Yes, honestly, I will not downplay this. This is a very lucky and a very good thing that is in Malaysia. Is that, yeah, there will be close to none natural disasters. So definitely. I got in shorts if it's warmer than 12. Oh my god, how? If it rains here, I have to wear my hoodie and my, well, shorts still, but hoodie. I have to wear something that's thicker because it's cold. Like, my goodness, it's 29 outside? What the fuck? It's cold. I sincerely cannot imagine if I were to travel to somewhere that is like winter or autumn. I think autumn is not going to be that bad. I don't know. But I do love autumn though. Like, not only autumn is cool, but you know, the Vivaldi forest seasons, autumn is like the best one by far. Summer is really powerful, but autumn is so elegant. Winter is overrated. Fuck that. I don't get winter here. Australia? The southern hemisphere. Oh, even during June, you're not gonna have winter. Autumn is rainy and blue. The trees are pretty now. It froze for like 1 day this year. Only 1 day? It's like a flash freeze. Like, like, and then just 1 day it's like, no more. I've only seen people who do stuff like that in such harsh weather. Maybe exercise make them feel extremely hot. Probably. Like they are doing 新陈代谢。哎呀他妈的，新陈代谢讲啊。 Let me go Google Translate too. Ding. 成代谢 Metabolism. Thank you, Google. Yeah, maybe when they keep running, they have like the metabolism like going. It's like, so their body is generating heat from that, probably. We get 3 summers, 1. I don't know why I read that as autism. No. Brain bad brain. Like December 12th was the coldest day at like 0 Celsius. They expect to warm. Oh. That's still pretty cold. Wait, how warm is warm though? It's crazy what we're used to. We are used to different climates, different temperatures because of the place that we live in. It's actually pretty wild now that I think about it. It's very cool too. Like if you put me to -5 Celsius, I don't know what I would do. I'd probably just stay in my bed with like 10 shirts and 10 blankets. Maybe sleeping under the bed. I don't know. -5 is cold as a fuck. Oh my god. I'm sitting in a t-shirt with open window. I thought that's a Finland thing. You know, like last time Zio was talking about like how Finland people talks about cold. Like -40 is like, oh, it's getting cold here. And then they swim in the ice pool. Naked. Ice pool. Naked. Swim. I don't get it. That's what it is. So my mother said I had a high metabolism, but maybe they meant I just able to be really thin and food doesn't affect me at all for some reason. Oh. I think I have a friend like that as well. Well, ex-friend. Fuck that person. They also eat like crazy, but they never get, you know, big. So I don't know. Finland's a bit crazier than where I am. The coldest I ever saw here is -20 Celsius. Usually the coldest on average is -10. That is still so cold though. Oh my god. Yeah, give me 2025. No, 20 to 25 for you. Right, 20 to 25 Celsius is like perfect. Maybe even like 15, the lowest is like, yeah. Right, so good. Nothing compared to what Finland gets. Yeah. How does Finland handle 10? -10? I don't know. You're gonna come here in summer and be cold? Yep. Like I might travel there. And then in summer, people are just like, oh god, it's so hot here, mate. I'm sorry. Oh god, it's so hot. And then I'm here wearing hoodie, wearing like jacket, trench coat, more coat on my leg, another jacket on my leg, more jacket on my leg, and then 10 different shoes. A thick winter jacket and some soft pants under your pants. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. How hot it is over there during your summer? I think you told me it goes to about like 20. Cold in northern areas different. Oh. Like how different? I will wear 3 different sets of clothes. The sun feels hot, but air is cooler. Oh, that's a weird feeling. So like when you stand under the sun, well, not directly under, but when you stand under sunlight, you feel hot. But then the air you breathe out could be like I don't know. I think average summer temperature here is like 25 Celsius, but it gets up to 35 plus for a week or two. Hey, that sounds pretty normal. I mean, 35 is what we have here. So the sun can burn you a lot easier with the air having less humidity. Oh shit, wait, you're right. Because if air is cooler, that means it's a lot drier. So less humidity. Ooh, wait, that's fucking dangerous though. So the people over there would just wear some protective gear all the time, especially when the sun is out. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I stand under the sun here, I'm gonna become boiled meat. Which I don't want to do. But like pavement floor, especially during afternoon, pavement floor is like you could cook egg on it. It's crazy hot, especially under direct sunlight. It's like so that you can put egg on the pavement floor, especially on the pavement floor. Like the road you put on the road, it will cook. It's gonna take a while, but it will cook. The only time we need it is in summer if we're out for multiple hours. Oh. Yeah, usually if I don't wear a hat here, it hurts to stand under the sunlight. It hurts. Like even if like the tropical weather here is like super humid, it's like super humid. But it's just the sun is so harsh that it hurts to stand under. It's kind of crazy. The sun is damn dangerous. Yep, very fucking dangerous. Ooh. Oh, wait. I want to let you guys listen to Contra Forces music. Give me a second. Because I'm gonna play it like next week, I think. It's so good. I'll start from stage. Yeah, I'll start from stage music. Stage 1. There we go. Ooh, damn, it's so good. Like people shit on this game so much because this game has like an inherent problem of being so fucking slow on a Nintendo Entertainment System, on a NES console, right? Like the NES console literally cannot handle this game. It's crazy. Sounds like a state, California or something, I think. Whereas summer is extremely hot. That is a really good gem. Yeah, it's a really good gem. Like especially I would say most NES title has some really fucking good gem. Like if you want to listen to good music, I recommend Shadow of the Ninja or Kage. Like that game by Natsume is like banger. If you can handle the NES, it's important yet to a modern console. I don't know actually. Like the game is being shit on by like crazy. But to me personally, I love the game even if it's like super laggy 70% of the time. The game is still like so good. The music is like mind-blowingly good. And not to mention, I think I want to show you guys next week this Contra Force game. I'll see if I can overclock the NES emulator and see if I can like make the game run smoother, right? I want to show you guys like this game's sprite work is fucking insane. It's so good, right? For a game that is made in NES, and that time the sprite work is absolutely I don't know what other word I can use. Sibekeria. Sibekeria. Right? So I cannot wait. Next week, probably Saturday, I'm gonna play some retro games, right? I'm thinking Gradius 2, and also this game, Contra Force, and also maybe Jackal, right? I think I already played Kage. Kage is like the first game I played when I was playing Retro Stream last time, and also Chip and Dale. Wait, I think I played Chip and Dale, did I? I don't remember. Shit. I think it's stupid if that's the only issue. I just suck in the Contra games. Really not good at it. Also, I haven't heard of Gradius in a long time. Yeah, yo, Gradius is so good. Gradius 1, we don't talk about that, right? Gradius 2 though, masterpiece. And then you have Life Force or Salamander, Japanese version. Ooh, it's so fucking difficult, but it's so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. So good. So good. Yeah, there are some games that I'm really passionate about, especially Gradius. Gradius or Contra Force Super C is also really good. No, the original Contra is also really good. Jackal was really fun. The car game, where you have to save people, lead them to helicopter. If your car dies, everyone dies. So yeah, that's a little bit fucked up. I think Zanak is also really fun. ZANAC. I think that's what they're called, Zanak. What else? Oh shit, there's so many good games too. Fuck. Oh, of course, you know, like I remember playing the bootleg Contra version, the bootleg version of Contra, where everything just doesn't work, and the first boss literally has the fireball that just like dashes around the screen with no pattern. It's like, and then your character just randomly dies. It's like the funniest Contra bootleg ever. Bootleg Contra. What else? Ooh, Super C is a goddamn masterpiece as well. I don't. I played some really good titles, but I cannot really think of any like games that I played. I mean, if you want like the classic, you play tennis. And then you go like boop, 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 boop. You know, like tennis. Good game, right? Good game. It's so funny though. Yeah, like I can talk about NES games like for a long time, but holy shit, man, it's really like my childhood. Yeah, it kind of is. Like I played on a bootleg console, obviously, you know, a third world country. So a lot of it is just like bootleg console, and then bootleg game cartridge. You know, you have like a 4-in-1, you have like the 16-in-1, you have like 10,000 in one, those kind of cartridge. If you remember, if you know, you know, right? Those kind of cartridge is kind of funny. I don't know why that's a thing. Like if I have a game for real that is like 10,000 in one, I don't need to look at any other game anymore. I just need that one single cartridge and I'll be set for life. 10,000 macam mana? Right? And I just like one single game with 1,000 different titles. Like, I shit you not, that is the case. It's so stupid. It's so funny as well. But yeah, I mean, hey, gaming back then is wild times. Even now it's pretty wild. Right? The game is just like, there's legit, could be only just 10 games. I couldn't bother to look at all of them. There's 10,000 games. I cannot. 10,000! Too much. Alright. Okay, I need to get food. It's 7:35. I am feeling hungry. Hunger has found Kobold. Oh, Drake joined. Ooh, okay. Wait, I already plugged my Bernie and also Discord. Good. Let's see if... Don't raid out Salo. Okay, Salo is still gaming. Okay, good. We raid into Salo first. Next time, I'm thinking of raiding into Zeus Pop. Don't tell him though. All right. But next time, I want to raid into like a very, very cute dragon dog looking creature. That to me just looks like a dragon. But for today, for now, we're gonna raid into Salo. And even though Salo is smaller than me, like I'm 106 cm, and then Salo is like smaller than me. But Salo is mega strong. Salo works out. So I'm pretty sure Salo can give us uppies. Very nice, even though I'm bigger. I'll be able to get a good meal. Thank you. I'm gonna go get a good meal. And gosh, I'm already thinking about what I want to get. Exciting. Alright, raid. Oh shit. I only have one screen to work with, I forgot. God, this is so weird. And oh yeah, there we go. I type in the raid. I'm ready to raid. So before the raid, I want. Ooh, this was really good. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobold loves y'all, okay? And here comes the raid to Salo. We're raiding to under the cupboard. And next time if I get the chance to, I might raid into Merb or Zeus Pop. That's right, I already set my target next time. Lock on. God, the music is so good. I can't wait to play Contra Force next week. I'm gonna loop this one. This one is like top tier. Like, to be honest, like there's so many NES titles that I played. Contra Force's music is like definitely up there. So fucking good. Like Life Force Gradius is really good. Poison of Salamander is like really good, right? But this one, like Contra Force just hits different. I just can't wait to show you guys the sprite work next week. It's oof. For an NES title, it's so amazing, to be honest. Anyway, I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down as always. You have a good rest and would love to catch a stream to watch. I never see any gameplay of Contra Force by her music. It's good. I can't wait to show next week. Yeah. So, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Take care. You guys gonna hear this, but I'm playing in Demon Tales tomorrow.